What a horrible day to have eyes. I mean, it makes sense now, but that's awful. I blame the delay. Okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. But yes, more Star Wars and Warhammer 40k today. It's gonna be great. Oh, I should turn background music on because we're gonna chat for a little bit. One sec. This one. Yes, now we can officially start singing, we can now sing carols, because in my personal opinion, even though there's like radio stations that'll start playing like Christmas music right after Halloween, I'm like, I do not listen to it until, I don't listen to it until it is after Thanksgiving. Occasionally I slip up, and if there's like a Christmas song in my head, I'll sing it a little bit. Good food will make you sleepy? Oh, good. I'm trying to chill. I'm trying to relax for this stream. Yes, we are reacting to A Fan with Too Much Time's Star Wars versus Warhammer 40k. We're watching that today, but we're gonna chat for a little bit and give people time to show up. But it'll be good. It'll be good. Let's see, just stopping by to say hi, can't stay long, but hope you have a good thing. Thank you so much, Tempest. I think we will. I think it will be a good stream. Oh yeah, did everyone get their did everyone get their turkey and stuff? For those of you who celebrate Thanksgiving, turkey, stuffing, whatever your favorite is. We had really good turkey this past year, but I'm looking forward to next year because we're talking about doing why did I suddenly blank? I suddenly blanked out. We're gonna switch it up next year. Oh my gosh, what are we having? I'm so pretty today. I'm so pretty. I can't remember. I can't remember what we said we were gonna have next year. It's like a prime rib. There we go. Gonna have prime rib next year. There was talk about that, and I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I mean, I don't mind turkey, like, but it's not my most favorite of the meats I can choose from. So I'm excited for the prime rib. Now you can use public domain Christmas songs for stream. I could. Don't know if that goes with my vibe. We'll have to think about it. I get head pats. So no, it's a pretty moment. It's a pretty moment. Zinogre. Like, no, it's a pretty moment. Pretty. I'm pretty today. Also, thank you for the super chat, Dino Fan. And ALJ, funny how I got the notification for this while downloading Space Marine 2. The Emperor knows. The Emperor knows. But I was in charge of the turkey this year, got compliments from everyone. It was nice. That's fantastic. That's great. I made a cake, and it was kind of like a butterbeer type cake. So it's basically like yellow cake mix. I use like a butterscotch pudding mix, and then a can of A&W cream soda, and then I made my own frosting that's very butterscotchy. It was delicious, and it was really nice because my dad said to me later, he was like, that was really, he called me and he was like, hey, by the way, I didn't say it last night, but the cake you made was really good. And I was like, yes. I was very happy with that. I was very, very happy. Oh no! Happy Friday. How was Thanksgiving? I got food poisoning. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. That sucks. Butterbeer cake, yeah, it was really good. Yeah, butterbeer in the sense of like the Harry Potter butterbeer, not the actual drink that's several courses type drink. W dad call it? Yeah, it felt good. It felt good. My dad's really good at making desserts. My dad's just good at cooking and like dessert stuff in general. He doesn't really do dessert stuff all the time, but high praise coming from my dad. So it's I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a big deal. So I'm a big deal now. I made pumpkin pie for Thanksgiving, used a recipe that called for sweetened condensed milk. I hope it went well. I'm not much of a pie girly. Family's never really been into pies for Thanksgiving, or just pies in general. I like chicken pot pie. I like savory pies. Was my family big on cooking? Like, yeah, we like to cook. My dad likes to try like new recipes and stuff. He's really good on the grill. He's taught me everything that I know. And I think I'm pretty good. I think I'm pretty good on the grill. Can I make a turkey? No. That was the host, the house that we went to. They do the turkey every year, and everyone else brings like other dishes. So it was really, really good. Your dad, she is now worthy to inherit my secret recipes. I mean, yeah, he also wanted me, like, when I got older, to, like, know how to cook for myself and to, like, make good things. Like, I think of the siblings, I was the only one that was like, I want to know how to grill the steaks, grill the chicken, do them all, like, perfect. So I like, went out of my way. I was like, teach me, father. I must know your ways. I must know your ways. I'm gonna take a bite of my food really fast. I'm hungry. I was a little hangry this morning. A little hangry. But it's okay. We're getting it fixed now. Hi, how goes it? Just stepping in to say hi before taking a nap. Ooh. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. It's going well. It's going well. We're just hanging out a little bit before we get started. Did anyone cook the dreaded turducken? Oh, speaking of turducken, my absolute favorite videos. So it's like a dad. I don't remember where I've heard about this video, but I've also seen it. So it's been a while, like variations of it, where this dad, it's like with his kids, and they've made a turducken. And so they're carving the turducken, and they're cutting it open. Or like they're having like the kids are cutting it open, and when they cut it open you can see like the chicken or the duck or whatever's inside the turkey. And the dad goes, oh my gosh, it was pregnant, and the kids start screaming because they thought like it was actually pregnant, but that's not how it works. It makes me laugh, those kids. The kids start screaming, they're crying, they're like, oh my gosh, I killed it. Oh, duck is delicious. Yes, no, it's funny, they trick the kids into thinking, oh no, it actually had it had a baby, but no. They lay eggs. They lay eggs. They're not mammals. Reem Machine, thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months in advance. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying your time here. Duck isn't great. Take it from someone who raises them. Okay, but have you ever had a duck that was like really good and tasty? They might be like a different, like, the meat may not be to a texture of your liking, but you've never had a good duck. I don't know what to say. Well, it could just be a matter of preference. We fortify. Yes, we're fortifying. We're fortifying today. Isn't the only mammal that lays eggs is a platypus? I think so. I think that's correct. Did you learn that from... I have no idea how old you are. Did you learn that from Phineas and Ferb? I may or may not have watched that show as a child. They're coming out with new episodes, I think next year for that show. Very good, like, very solid kids show. Liked it a lot. So I will be watching them. Love that. It's a solid show. I like Phineas and Ferb. So for those of you who don't know, Phineas and Ferb is basically, the premise is there's two boys, two stepbrothers, and their older sister. So Phineas and Ferb and their older sister Candace. And Phineas and Ferb always try to find like new things that they're gonna do each day. But they're really smart kids, so they like make these like crazy inventions to do all of their fun stuff. And Candace tries to convince her mom that the boys are up to no good and tries to bust them. You can't see my finger quotes, but she tries to like bust them, get them in trouble for going into these like crazy inventions. You gotta be way too young to be in here? No. You don't have to be way too young. How old are you? It's not way too young. Like, you don't have to be like 14. You don't have to be like 14, way too young. But it's a good show because it encourages kids to like not like sit around and like do like fun and exciting things, like use their imaginations and some stuff like that. I remember the F1 episode with the Top Gear presenters. Oh yes. Oh my gosh, yes, I remember that too. But love that series, watched it with my siblings. Joshua, I'm disappointed. It's 104 days. 104 days of summer vacation, Joshua. Joshua, I'm disappointed in you. I'm absolutely disappointed. No, I mean, it totally, what they do is very dangerous, but like, it's funny, the absurdity of it all, it's great. We should probably get to like the actual like thing we're here for today though. We're not here to talk about Phineas and Ferb. Although I love that show. And when the episodes, I don't know when the episodes are supposed to come out, but they have like at least another season's worth of episodes that are coming out in, when is it? Sometime like early next year. I'm really looking forward to watching them. The nostalgia is strong with this one. So I'll be watching them. I can't wait. Can't wait. That's my childhood right there. That was like one of the, like my parents would even watch those shows. Would watch that show with us. We have like our favorite songs and stuff. We love it. Okay. Oh, Zenogre, welcome to the Legion. Thank you for subscribing. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and I promise we're now going to actually get into Star Wars content. So, let me change the screens, take a couple bites of the chicken, and we'll get started. I can't wait. Okay. So, oh, hang on one second. I forgot. I need to turn the redeems off. Some of the redeems, the noise ones, because those get annoying when you watch. Oh, they are off. Oh. Oh, they've been off. Oops. Oh, well. All right. Oh. Lovely. Okay, we're not going to get started until this is done. Oh my gosh. Isn't this nice? Isn't this nice? Yeah, I've turned them off because we've been doing, on Sunday, we watched this, so I had it off then, and I forgot to turn it off. Like, turn them back on yesterday. That's okay. Ow. I know, my eyes hurt too. Feast your eyes. I'm not your mom. I'm not your mom. Oh my gosh. 1 second. Mecha Tengu, thank you so much for for joining us today and in the Legion. Ah, shoot. Okay. We ready? I'm not your okay. Okay, I'm not your mom. No, please don't call me that. My name is Aurelia. Please and thank you. If you're gonna call someone mom, you can go to my friend Cha-Cha's stream. But please just stick with Aurelia. Aurelia, you can call me Temp, you can call me Auri, you can call me Captain General, you can call me Battle Sister. Do all those things. But I'm not your mom. And yes, I guess you could call me Yapstodes. I guess you could. So, Captain General is a Kitten exclusive title? Well, you never know. You never know. Kitten and I could know each other when... I could be Captain General when he's not been Captain General. You never know. But what if you're a Blood Angel? Unless you can prove to me that you have been genetically modified and you are 8 feet tall with the muscles of like a supercharged horse. No. You would need to prove that to me first. You need to prove that first. What about pretty? Okay. In certain circumstances, you could call me pretty, especially if I do something dumb. Oh my gosh. Yeah, definitely go to Cha-Cha if you want if you want to call a VTuber mom. Well, yes, just because I scold like a mother doesn't mean I am one. I mean, not to any of you. Not to any of you. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Should we get to it? Should we get down to business? To defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, set this. Oh, wait. One moment. Oh, that'll be interesting. Hang on. I need to look at something really fast. Sorry, I got text from my parents. And I'm like, oh, shoot. What do they want? All right. Battle Sister is fine. It sounds weird when you call me Big Sis. Battle Sister is fine. Oh, wait. We start now. We begin. Make sure the volume is good.
The enemy has no remorse for the worlds it destroys.
Yeah.
Everything we value will die unless we hold the line. This war isn't about politics or resources. We fight for survival, for freedom, for the Republic!
They're going down. I love the Old Republic. It's fantastic. Brother! Brother! This is awesome. I love this. I need to rewatch the Clone Wars. I need to rewatch that series. It's so good. These vibes are exquisite. I wish I had watched Clone Wars sooner. But no. The theme hits so hard. Yeah, Rex! Get him, Rex! Sets the tone for this whole thing. If only they were just fighting regular dudes.
Captain Yoren had been trained and raised fighting one enemy, or at least one enemy above all others. Yes, he had dueled pirates within the ashen nebulas of the corpse worlds. Yes, he had rained fire down upon traitors in the pearlescent cities of St. William's Verge. Yes, he had even chased and failed to catch the mysterious shadow pirates of Corsican. But more than anything else, Captain Yoren had been sent to kill greenskins. When he lay bleeding and maimed on the bridge of his first, now dead ship, it was in the eye of a greenskin that he left his father's heirloomed power saber. When he finally decided he would commission the tech priests to replace his worn vocal cords with something better, it was when he felt blood spatter his mouth as he screamed the command to fire into a greenskin pirate cruiser.
Oh my gosh, bro.
When he, through the vocalizer in his throat, ordered his ship to aid in the first exterminatus of his career, it was a greenskin planet which he raised.
He needs a hobby.
So, when he watched the ships of the alien republic exit the warp, or whatever it was they used in its place, hauling 2 enormous asteroids, he knew exactly what they intended.
Oh, sure.
Move the Hell Smasher to parallel the incoming rocks. We'll burn them with our broadsides, and then scourge anything that survives with torpedoes. Emperor willing, whatever's left will burn up in the atmosphere, he ordered. His crew jumped straight into action, fingers, hands, and mechadendrites right. Sweeping over
Killing
control
greenskins
panels
is a hobby
as orders were radioed or otherwise relayed down to relevant decks. The smaller attack ships, Acclamator-class corvettes, from what Captain Yoren had been told, were hauling each of the large space rocks with towing cables, 4 to each rock. No doubt they intended to use these asteroids as brutal dropships or as physical weapons to attempt to crush his cruiser or the smaller escorts he had with him. It was folly. He would never allow it. Cut us close. I want our lance cannons right in their faces. If they are anything like the orcs, they have armored those rocks internally to a ridiculous excess. Any weapons ports detected on them yet? No weapons ports. 2 sealed entrances detected on each. Our specs are returning power readings, but nothing that indicates charging weapons, answered one of his bridge crew. Captain, shields detected around each of the rocks, and the acclamators escorting them are breaking off. Breaking off? He asked. The tech adept nodded. They are detaching cables. They have flung the rock, sir. Current target is our cruiser and the planet behind us. Then it is as I suspected, the captain said, stroking his oiled beard as he watched the readings before him reinforce
Okay, maybe
his
it's a beard oil.
experience.
Beard oil, okay.
When it comes to Xenos, it pays to be daring. All ahead, fool, he called, confident in the simplicity of the enemy's response, confident that, of the Xenos he was facing, those of the Republic favored the tactics of the Orcs and not those of the Eldar. But if confidence could unmake folly, the throne would never have been sat. Then it is understood, Anakin asked. He stood in the nearly pitch-black darkness of the innermost hangar of the Verpine colony. All possible power had been diverted into the abandoned colony's impressive shield generators, which Anakin was sure they would need soon enough. Already they were tumbling through space towards their targets as Captain Spikes and the rest of the volunteer acclimators pulled away from the now free-floating colonies. Around Anakin stood nearly 2,500 Jedi and the remaining men of the 501st, specifically Mace Windu, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Captain Rex, the now patched-up members of Clone Force 99, and Deputy Commander Ahsoka Tano. Ayla, her former Master Voss, Shakti, Master Plo, and Commander Bly were also present, though only as sky-shaded holograms. All, physically
got that
present
lineup.
or not, nodded their heads. Then let's mount up. They will start opening fire in minutes. Your targets are flagged. If you get lost, just follow your team leader. And with those words, the groups began to divide, walking to their respective teams and craft with grim determination and eager resolve unbefitting of Jedi, but entirely worthy of knights. However, as the teams began to move, Ahsoka suddenly found herself held up as a hand grasped her wrist. Looking back, she found her old master, Anakin himself, holding her wrist. He released and smiled sheepishly. It had been a few weeks since they had last been face to face and in one place. He was still hoping she would rejoin the Order soon. But Ahsoka herself felt no sign of that happening.
Shoot, I had everything muted. Yeah, I muted myself because I was munching. Because I was munching, it was kind of loud. Sorry. I thought I pressed unmute, so I don't know what happened there. I thought I unmuted myself. Or did I mute? Oh well, don't worry about it. Anyways, I think Anakin should give her the lightsabers. Like he did in the show. Because that would be cute. It just made everything so much more sad. Quick, everyone point and laugh. Oh, what's this?
Potentially ever. Hey, thought we should talk a little before we go in. I missed you at the meeting. Something the matter? He asked. Ahsoka sighed softly but smiled a genuine, if tired, smile and turned to fully face him. No, of course not, Master. It isn't you I've been avoiding, she said. Then who? He asked. Obi-Wan? She didn't answer right away, and Anakin's face fogged with a light scowl. What has he said to you? I hope he hasn't... No.
It's Mace,
she said, raising a hand to stall him. He hasn't said anything much, and that's the problem. Master Windu, Voss, and the others... I fear that they are losing themselves to this war, and especially to this new enemy. And while I do not think Obi-Wan is there yet, I don't see him resisting as he should. I mean, you saw the meeting, didn't you? Anakin rubbed his head. Well, sort of. I could see what Hondo was sending you, but not your responses. Ahsoka, what is this really about? Obviously, you know we can't pull punches with these guys, Anakin said. I know that, Anakin, she snapped back.
Oh, dang, she pissed.
I'm the last one who wants to give ground to these fanatics, but that isn't what I'm talking about. At the meeting, Mace put hurting the Piastia above saving the people of Axum. He may not see it that way, but that is exactly what he did. We are not supposed to be soldiers, Anakin. We're supposed to be Jedi. We shouldn't look at this war like generals. We should look at it like heroes. The heroes the people desperately need and don't have right now.
That's tough. Okay, that's tough. I don't know if I agree with her. I don't know, if I was in their shoes and I did not understand the full capabilities, I'm sorry, you gotta take them out. Like, I understand, like, all the people in those camps are like, they're not doing great, but the only way you can like prevent more of those from happening is if you do if you like strike them deep and you take them out. Like, you gotta do that, because if you don't, then you're gonna risk more of the camps. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ahsoka. I pat your head. A pat, even though she's like, I think she's like 17 or 18 at around this time, because she's left the order. Pat, it is, I'm very sad for you. 100%, I get it. I feel you. Thank you for the Cobra Kai reference. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy. Quiet. Yeah, I'm so sorry. From a Jedi philosophy perspective, she's absolutely right. From a realistic perspective and facing the Imperium, you gotta go hard. There's not much of a choice. Yeah, I agree. Jedi perspective, yes, but because of the nature of the enemy, and we know more about them than they do, but even if you, like, look at it from this chance, like, ooh. Yeah, so I'm so sorry, Ahsoka. You gotta strike hard, strike fast, no mercy.
She implored him. Anakin felt conflict ripple across his mind as Tarkin's words from their meeting weeks ago echoed ominously within his thoughts. We may not have that luxury anymore, Ahsoka, Anakin began to say.
The Tarkin art.
It's not a luxury, she yelled, drawing many eyes, though she cared not at all. Stop saying things like that, Anakin's former Padawan pressed. Acting like Jedi isn't a luxury, it is a duty. It's a duty the Order has been neglecting for far too long, and the people out there, the people we are supposed to be defending, have been sorely missing it. This is the reason that I left the Order to begin with, because you taught me how a Jedi should act, and the members of the Council are not acting that way anymore. Anakin felt his head spin. On one hand, he agreed with her. They didn't make me Jedi Master. I agree with you, Ahsoka.
Yeah, the Council's dumb. I'm sorry, that was silly.
So much his heart cried out to endorse her statement right away. And yet, could he do that without breaking with reality? Had not the Jedi been failing in the war against the Piastia? Was the answer not to become more extreme, at least as extreme as those they were trying to fend off? Ahsoka, I hear what you're saying, but our first duty is to defend the Republic. We need to keep the big picture in mind, he said. Ahsoka stepped away at that and shook her head. You
now
need to
she's
wake
avoiding
up,
you.
Anakin. All the Order does.
No!
Our duty is not to the Republic. It is to the people of the Republic.
Gosh, girly pop, yes. Your duty is to the people, but the best way to serve the people is to defend the Republic right now. Girly pop. Girly. I agree. It kind of sucks. But, like, this is the best way to do it.
If we continue down this path, we may win the war, but the Order will lose that which made us Jedi. And once we've lost that, there isn't a war we can fight that will give it back. I understand your frustration, I really do. But how can we lead against this war if we do not act as generals?
Yeah.
Ahsoka did not answer right away, turning around towards her Drotch-class boarding ship, Rex and several others waiting for her beside it. I don't know. All I know is this.
If you're gonna have a big fuss, and technically she's kept it pretty chill. No, sorry, I was clapping in frustration. If you're gonna make a fuss, honey, over all of this, you need to come up with a solution. You gotta come up with a solution. That's my thought. Like, if this bothers you so much, come up with another strategy. I'm not gonna say it's easy to come up with another strategy, but yeah.
Our path is not supposed to be an easy one, but it is supposed to be the right one. You have been one of the most righteous and heroic Jedi I've ever known, and I've lived in the Order all my life. I just don't want to see that change, she said, walking away towards her ship as she did. Ahsoka! Anakin called after her, but a hand on his shoulder held him back.
Oh,
he turned to see Obi-Wan Kenobi.
He was lurking!
It's almost time, Anakin. Let's give her some space, he said amicably. Anakin shrugged off his hand, but nodded, following after him for a time, both of their ships lingering in the same direction. She is just so stubborn, Anakin said.
Oh no!
Obi-Wan smiled knowingly at that, but said nothing. I mean, I see her point, but doesn't she understand how many people have already died fighting these fanatics? And if we don't get Anaxis back, our entire reserve fleet will be nothing more than a pipe dream. Meanwhile, Tarkin is breathing down our necks, criticizing our tactics from the comfort of his hindsight. She's just such a... She's a good Jedi, and she follows her heart, Obi-Wan Kenobi said. Just as you trained her to. It may not seem like it right now, but it will be warriors like Ahsoka who save the galaxy every bit as much as warriors like you. But just because
you follow your heart doesn't mean you're right.
You did well when mentoring her, even if she did absorb some of your more antagonistic qualities.
Get wrecked, Anakin. Get wrecked. I love Obi-Wan. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh, I love it. I love it. Thank you, Obi-Wan. You're the best.
Anakin cracked a smile at that as they both stopped, finally at the divide. Well, I learned from the best, he said. Don't remind me, said Obi-Wan. They laughed for a short time before clasping each other's forearms and squeezing. Make it back, Anakin.
Yes, Obi-Wan. Oh, don't remind me. I am the best. Fantastic. 10 out of 10.
And said. Obi-Wan nodded. May the Force be with us all, he said.
Oh. The king of sass. Oh my goodness.
Captain Yoren sputtered at the sight before him, feeling himself fluster even beyond what he would normally feel thanks to the presence of the single guardian the Crimson Razors had left behind. First, he found their shields to be far more resilient than he had anticipated, far stronger than those encountered on their warships earlier. Had he deployed his torpedoes, had he ordered a full salvo to be fired, or even used the Nova Cannon proudly mounted on his prow, this would not be happening.
Oof.
Calm yourself, Captain,
said the observer.
Oh.
We are far from any place where we could possibly resupply our munitions. Your choice to use the lances only was a prudent one.
To the captain's own shock, the words failed to salve any part of his wounded ego.
Oh, I mean,
Guess
chills,
I'm just a proud
bro.
man, he thought bitterly. He could do nothing now but watch helplessly as swarms of smaller craft poured out of the now open blast doors on both space rocks. Fully half of them seemed to descend towards the unshielded planet, while the other cloud divided further. Even a second rain of bright red lance fire failed to penetrate the shields, though the blue spheres did begin to arch and bend at the contact. At this range, most escorts would have been singed or outright melted, meaning the shields on these rocks were absurdly strong, comparable to those found on other cruisers of similar size to his own. He watched in a rage as one cloud of craft adhered themselves directly onto his own beloved vessel, another cloud cutting its way towards the luminous rain, the escort which was currently docked with the Xenos escort, still being stripped clean of data and technology at the hands of Magos Zelv. The captain hoped the Dominus Skitarii guard would be able to see to his security, as the only other mobile escort in the area which had the chance to stop the boarding craft had been quickly tied up and engaged with a shimmering swarm of fighters.
Oh, that's not good.
Who were, even then, circling and attacking the frigate. "Radio down to the surface. Tell them they have invaders inbound," the captain barked in his mechanical voice. "And send the same message to the luminous rain. Warn them that the enemy is coming. Contact anti-boarding crews. Tell them to expect to earn their pay today." He then stood bolt upright as he heard the heavy scraping which signaled the rising of the guardian Davik Thune had left for him. He turned to see the single Astartes. "Are you going as well? Shouldn't you stay here to guard the bridge?" he asked. The Space Marine turned around to face him, psychic power crackling around his face and head as he smiled a cruel smile. His armor was blue, unlike the majority of his chapter, and his helmet was an open metallic
Main character energy.
hood which linked into his skull via many cables. The Astartes had no bolter save the bolt pistol at his side.
Librarian.
Instead, his right hand clutched a glowing staff which hurt to look at.
I suppose I should. Do you think your men can handle these intruders alone? They may need me,
he said.
Ooh,
The captain thought about it,
I
but his
hate that
pride
voice.
had already chosen his answer for him. "My crew are fully capable. These softies and their toy soldiers won't be able to take 3 steps into my ship without returning to the void from whence they were spawned," he said. As if in punctuation of his point, the shields on the other 2 space rocks finally collapsed, and the lances cut
That's
into
awesome.
them, obliterating the drifting hulks in seconds. The Space Marine seemed to sag slightly, though he kept his smile.
if you say so. But do not mistake my nature, Captain. Though they may call me a librarian, you can depend on me to do more than read and advise for you,
the enormous warrior said. The captain nodded stiffly. Of that, he had no doubt. Ayla could feel her heart hammering in her chest, but outside she seemed calm, collected, alert. But in her mind, she could not help but think that these were the men who killed Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi, and many others besides. She took some strength in the knowledge that she was far from alone. Nearby, Commander Bly gripped the handrail of their modified LAAT gunship, and their troopers were all around her. Not only that, but Master Shak Ti, one of the Order's most skilled and experienced duelists, was nearby as well, on a different ship. On top of that, as long as Hondo's intelligence remained accurate, they wouldn't even have to land under fire. The invaders had set up some defensive anti-air turrets and towers, but the spires and maze-like avenues of Axum made the approach to their target trivial, as long as they entered the city at a safe distance and stayed below a certain altitude. And yet, in spite of all that, she could still feel, deep within her, a call of doom, a chorus of death. But death not yet arrived. Death in waiting. She had no idea what was causing her nerves. After all, she had faced death many, many times now. But as her transport began to set down on one of the wide golden arches of Azure City, it took all her willpower to shunt off the foreboding sense surrounding her and focus on the task before her. They disembarked, and her men began to form up as Shakti approached. Ayla nodded towards her before tossing down a holodisc. That pirate is annoyingly useful, Shakti said with a sigh. Ayla nodded. I suppose that's why Ahsoka still works with him after he nearly sold her to the black market, she said. Shakti nodded, but then started. Wait, he what? Afternoon, ladies, said a voice. Both Jedi turned to fully face the hologram of
afternoon,
Quinlan
ladies.
Voss, who seemed to be crouching and looking over a ledge. We will be in position in less than 10. How about you two? He asked. I am about to begin the assault. I'll get their attention and then lead the first combat groups up through the main arches directly toward the temple gates as a diversion. Commander Bly will lead the second force on an assault of their field generator facilities nearby. Knocking out the power ought to soften up the gate defenses enough for me and the first group to punch through, at which point we will secure the gate and rendezvous with the second group before pushing forward into the temple proper, said Master Ayla. Shakti stepped forward then to speak.
We'll see how that
Meanwhile,
goes.
I will locate their local commander and bring down their command net. Moving alone, I will be able to traverse the defenses easily. The Force shall guide me. Once I have finished, I will regroup with Master Ayla and aid her in her forward push, said Master Shakti. Voss nodded. Stellar! We can bet that they will call for help, and that help will come from the nearest bunker, our bunker. These guys don't pull punches, so they will probably bring in the big guns. Big guns mean broad avenues. Broad avenues mean ready-made ambush points, which me and the 2,000-some sabers I have with me will be taking full advantage of. They know we are coming. At least...
Is it just me, or did all of that... did all of that give me, like, innuendo vibes? Like, am I just corrupted by my brothers, or, like... I don't know. I think it's just me. I think it's just me today. I'm sorry. My brain it's just me. Okay, it's just me. Oh, great. My brothers have corrupted me. I'm sorry. He said big guns, broad avenues, and like, I don't know, man. I'm tired. And like, and then he was like, my 2,000 sabers, and I'm so sorry. This is... I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get some Mountain Dew now. I'm so sorry. Look, you can rewatch that. But like, he tried... Oh, God. Okay, it was me. It's just me. Okay, one second. I'm going to get a Dew. And then we're going to come back and then we're going to continue. I think I just... I'm sorry. You can hear it now? Okay. The clip will prove me... Okay, cool, good. Okay, you can hear it. It's also like the tone. Because he's got such a like, he's got like an attract that like the voice that he was given is a very like, it almost sounds, I don't know if sensual is the right way to put it, but like it's like smooth, like the confidence, and it's smooth. So maybe I just, girl brain be thinking, if you have the riz and you are confident, it's like okay, I will be right back. I will be like less than 30 seconds. One moment. Yes, suave. Suave is the best way to put it. It's not even Thursday. Thursday was yesterday. It's rubbed off on me. Ew, why did I say it like that? Why did I say it like that? Oh, today is a day. Today is a day, chat. No, not enough time to skitter. Okay, let's... I'm doing the do. My brothers have corrupted me. It's... oh gosh. I'm embarrassed. I can't believe I gotta wake up the commissar for this. Don't bother him. Don't bother him. I don't answer to him anyway. I don't answer to him anyways.
By now, so we should get moving quickly, Ayla said. Voss nodded again and stood. You're right, as usual. Start your attack, Ayla. Me and mine will be in place when the moment comes. Count on it. His image vanished, and the three got on their way. Bly and his men in the 2nd Clone Force, all 100,000 of them, were equipped with jetpacks, bark speeders, and city-modified ISP speeders.
Oh my gosh.
Light and fast, they would hit the enemy before they even...
Fan, if you're seeing this, I don't think you're here live, but if you see this in a VOD later, please don't judge me too hard. I'm having a time. I'm having a time today. Clearly, I had too much turkey yesterday.
Understood what was happening, and Bly himself had become an old pro at this form of lightning strike raiding, with only the 501st rivaling the 322nd when it came to these kinds of high-stakes operations. That left Ayla with 235,500 troops of various kinds, and all
That's a lot of guys.
Armor. It had taken them almost 2 hours to actually reach the system, and in all that time, Ayla had been preparing herself and strategizing. At the beginning of the war, she would have made her armored charge nothing more than that, a full frontal charge, but now she knew much better. She watched on as more of the LAAT gunships of various configurations continued to fly in, dropping off their payloads of troopers, 3-legged sniper tanks, and 6-legged ATTE walkers. Soon, her army, her clones, had assembled themselves into large, square formations, 40 men deep and 40 men wide. CC-6221, nicknamed 65, came to stand beside her, serving as her lieutenant while Bly was gone.
Yeah!
General, he said with a salute.
I love the clones.
She
They're
looked
so
up at
great.
him briefly before returning her gaze to where it had been, now studying a holographic map of the city. She could charge straight down the widest avenues, using her armored columns to beat a path forward while supplying infantry to clear problem holdouts and to keep the feet of the walkers clear of any opportunistic saboteurs. But she had a different plan in mind. Lieutenant, I want you to pass these orders down. Have the sniper tanks take up their positions on the southern park square
Sniper
here
tanks?
at Turek
Ooh.
National Park. She said, indicating towards a diamond of elevated, artificially maintained forest. It was connected to the city around it by vast thoroughfares, 3 in particular. Its skyline was kept relatively clean, ostensibly to allow sunlight to fall onto the trees naturally throughout the day. According to the maps of the city, that should provide us with several clear firing arcs between the buildings which we can use to soften up the Dia defenses. Have the ATTEs take up their hidden pincer positions along these 3 main roads, and have the sappers heavily mine these 2, the Jedi Master said. Yes, sir, acknowledged 65.
Yeah.
Oh, and Lieutenant, deploy 36 of our 146 battle groups to cover the tanks while they begin their artillery strikes. Hold the rest in reserve outside
I like
of the
seeing
park
kind of the
area,
behind the
just in
scenes
case they
for
manage
like
to
the
box it
wars
in,
and how they
she added.
deploy
Who do you
everything.
want in
I like
command of
that.
the park group, and who will be in command of the reserve? He asked. I will hold
She has
the
a lot of
reserve.
people.
Once we have softened them up enough and drawn them out, I will order the advance under the cover of the artillery. If the force is with us, it will keep their heads down until we are knocking on their gates. You will be commanding the artillery group. At my signal, I want you to order the ATTEs forward to support our advance. Can you do that, 65? The clone snapped another hard salute. I was bred to do this, General. You can rely on me.
You know what I want? I want them to run into Sisters of Battle.
By the fury of his gaze, what on
They said temple, and I was like, I wonder if there will be Sisters of Battles there. Sister of Battle. They never brought it up. And I've been like I didn't say anything about it. I just thought it was interesting. Hang on 1 second. I need to fix something. I have very good timing. That was really perfect. I wrote this. No, I wish I wrote this. Oh my gosh. I wish I wrote this. I wish I wrote this series. I wish I wrote this series. Holy cow. So I'm really happy that I got that. I was like, I want there to be Sisters of Battle because I want them to see how insanely unhinged they are.
Hera are you doing? Sister Aurelia yelled. She stormed into the barracks, power armor whirring as she leveled her bolter, requiring all her patience and control not to pull the trigger and scythe down the guardsmen in her sight. The men, all dressed, armed, and waiting beside their footlockers, looked terrified, hands clutching their las rifles. "Sister Palatine," said one of the sergeants. He came before her with a hurried half-walk, half-run, and saluted. Sister Palatine Aurelia Tandrick timed her blow unintentionally with the deep tremors of the assault, backhanding the sergeant just as he began to speak,
what
her superhuman strength
heck?
sending the man bleeding and reeling, sprawled onto the floor.
Superhuman.
"Why are you cowering in this barracks?" she demanded, aiming her weapon down at the man.
We've been ordered.
We've been under attack for nearly 8 minutes, and I struggle within myself to understand whether it is even possible for you to describe to me any situation in which I do not kill you for the dereliction of your duty. To the man's credit, he recovered quickly, not rising but instead prostrating himself before the Sister of Battle. She made ready to kick him, to crush his organs beneath the ceramite boot of her powered sabaton.
Sister, we were waiting deployment orders,
he said. She still kicked him, though not even half as hard as she had planned to. "And you think that excuses your inaction? Go get your orders, soldier!" she scolded.
We tried.
He cried out as she raised her boot over him.
Major Fleckett left the barracks 4 minutes ago to ascertain Colonel Patron's will. We were ordered to wait and cover.
The sister stomped down, but avoided the man's body, crushing the ferrocrete beneath her heel instead.
Bro, I know Warhammer 40k is like tough and intense, but like, girl, you gotta chill for a second. Chill for a second. Oh my gosh, you don't need a commissar with a sister like her. Yeah, that's just a little too intense in my opinion.
"Sergeant, consider yourself promoted to major until otherwise instructed by someone of equal or greater rank," she yelled over the booms of the artillery fire, which was
She could just do
then
that?
hammering their position. The man looked up, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, and yet looking more struck by the news of his sudden promotion than by any of the abuse she had laid into him. In part, this was because she technically did not have the authority to promote him temporarily.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, what? You can't do that, honey. I was like, what? Also, easy chat. Calm down. Calm down.
Otherwise, she was of a high rank, to be sure, but she was not part of his organization, strictly speaking. Aurelia did not care in the slightest, and as she cast her glare about the room, she had a strong suspicion that no one would question her orders, not here. She redirected her baleful stare back at the newly promoted, if utterly unofficial, major, and continued dispensing her will. order the basilisk turrets to start returning fire. I do not care if their firing arcs are impeded by the buildings. Flatten them, clear the skyline if you have to, and get these men up and marching. I want that artillery column flattened before another 10 minutes rolls around. I don't care what you need to get it done. Just get it done. Without
she sounds
another
like a
word,
corporate
she
manager.
spun around and exited the bed.
She sounds like a corporate manager. That, bro, take a, gosh.
Barracks, her face a mask of near berserk rage. Two of her seraphim were waiting outside for her, each one ready for battle, their flight packs sparking and sputtering flames, ready to send them skyward at a second's notice. They turned their helmed faces to regard her. "What is their excuse?" asked one. "What are our orders?" asked the other. Both sounded eager, even as Sister Julia shoved past. "Get your squads ready to repel the invaders at the gates. Pull the reserves we have guarding the generators and requisition points. Call back all patrols, and one of you make sure that Sanctus Commands knows that we are under attack," she ordered, still moving. As you order, sister," they both said in unison, though only one left. "What are you waiting for?" Sister Julia asked. "Well, I was going to ask you two things before rallying the gate's defenses," she said. "Then ask and be done with it," Julia scolded. The Seraphim warrior nodded and proceeded.
Okay.
"Should we contact the Tempestus Scions? They have a field base only a few clicks away." The Sister Palatine almost paused as she considered the option. "No, I don't think," she started to say. She was cut off as a Durasteel shell slammed into one of the anti-aircraft towers several meters away. Where the blaster technology of these natives had thus far failed to impress, their artillery was a whole different story entirely. "On second thought," Rejulia said, "call them in. Emperor willing, we won't need them, but from the density of these salvos, I'm doubting that more and more." "And where are you yourself going, Sister Palatine? The gate is not in that direction," said the remaining Seraphim. "Where else?" the commanding sister barked. "I'm going to the command post to force these idiots to take some kind of action. Now go! You have orders to relay."
It's been 8 minutes!
The Seraphim nodded and kicked off of the ground, arching into the air on wings of fire as she sped to do her duty. Sister Palatine jogged the rest of the way to the command post, angrily tapping her access code into the oversized number pad displayed on the bright green console outside the post. It took her 2 tries to get it open, stomping inside, seeing all the men at their consoles, the Major and the Colonel standing at the center of the room, both men looking down at something on a central table between them. "What in the Emperor's holy name do you think you are doing?" she roared. Her frenzy peaked as she fully absorbed what she was seeing, and before anyone in the room could react, she squeezed the trigger of her bolter.
What is happening? Did someone... I know a lot can happen 8 minutes. Did someone wake her up from a nap? Is she hungry? What is happening? She's in, like, it, like, I understand, like, this is really important, but, like, oh my gosh. There has been nothing, at least in my limited scope and what I've been told for this story, that she's about to, like, people are doing battle strategy and she's like, "You're not doing it fast enough. Time to die." Like, what? What? Yes, there are heretics, but, like, well, you're not yourself. Honestly, there has to be something else going on. This is insane. Like, she has no chill. She's not letting anyone explain anything ever, except to the sisters. She's like, "Oh, it's okay, sweetheart. I'll answer your question. I'll be chill." And then, like, she comes across anyone else and she's like, "You are gonna regret being in my way." And she's about to open fire in a command bastion area. Like, oh my goodness. Goodness, honey.
rocketing micro-missiles from the weapon at her hip and blasting craters into the control consoles.
Why would
The
you
men
do
who had been
that?
sitting at their stations were blown into bloody smears.
Why would you do that? What the heck? Why would you do that? There's got to be something else. I don't know. Chaos doesn't really seem to exist over here. Clearly something is wrong.
Even the two officers were not spared, strafed with the others and sent falling to pieces over the table they had been looking down at. She spun on her heel, completing a half circle of carnage before the bolt mag in her gun emptied and slid out, colliding with the hard ground with a bell's clear chime, smoking and red hot. To most, this seemed like madness, but the sister knew from the moment she had entered that this was the only appropriate answer. Where most would have entered and seen only a room of silent men, she had instantly seen a room of dead men. The shredded torsos of both officers hung in the air as if suspended on invisible wires, their lower bodies and arms having fallen away. The sister threw her bolter down as their corpses finally began to fall, as they should have done all along. She reached down to her belt, drawing forth her blessed power maul, activating it. "I said, what do you think you are doing?" she yelled as she spun around. Shakti's blue blade collided
I was
with the
wondering if
head of
there's
her
a Jedi
power
in the
maul,
room. That's
activating its power
intense.
field and causing a pulse which repelled the Jedi. She kept her balance, her blade before her in a ready posture as she faced down the canny warrior sister who had barged into the aftermath of her mission. "Xeno scum!" Sister Rajulia spat, raising her weapon in one hand while she reached for the bolt pistol at her waist with the other. Shakti narrowed her eyes. She had been hoping to escape as silently as she had entered, and had hoped again when she had heard the sister trying to enter the command post, that her distraction would have proven enough to allow this to be finished with a single decisive blow.
Yeah.
But the ferocity and swiftness of Rajulia's response had caught even Shakti off guard, and now there seemed no other choice than to engage in a duel she needed to win quickly, lest she be lured into yet more undesired
Okay, this is
combat.
what I think happened. Shakti went in and, got, ganked everyone. And then when she heard the sister coming in, she basically, force held them all in place to hopefully trick the sister long enough so that she could take her out, too. That's what I think happened. So when the sister came in and blew everything up, she was still holding them together with the force. And that indicated that she was there. That's what I think happened. It makes sense now, but I was like, what the actual heck? That was intense, though. I was like, what the heck is happening? That was really good, because it totally fooled me.
Sergeant Kalak-Norn never relaxed. His blood pressure had been too high because of it. Medicaid had told him he'd die early. Hospitalar even offered him pills. But in the end, he settled for the certainty of steel. A pump system installed into his back, a blood pressure regulator. No need to remember prescriptions or rely on supply drops now. Just
I
get
don't need
checked up by
meds.
the Omnissiah's Chosen, and you're good to go. Because Sergeant Kalak-Norn never relaxed. He didn't have time to count pills or rely on them. And he certainly never had time for downtime.
I love this guy. He's
Stress
great.
wouldn't kill you half as fast as the bugs would, or the greenskins.
Correct.
Oh, the greenskins. Out of the two, he actually found the latter to be more terrifying. The Tyranids were just animals. Hungry, ravenous animals. But the orcs... No, never relax. That's what he was thinking. That was what he was reminding himself of when he noticed it. The sound. He was behind the fortifications, which were mostly composed of thick, flash-cast ferrocrete walls which insulated the area. The vehicle bays, Mechanicus shrines, and field generators had all been landed and constructed here, so there were plenty of noises in the air. But this noise was not the warbling buzz of the power generators, nor was it the binaural drone of the priests communicating their sermons to the machines. It wasn't even the repeated, shuddering booms and blasts of the enemy artillery, which had been pounding away at the walls and taller fortifications for several minutes now. It sounded almost like jets, or rather, jump packs. At the realization of this, Kalak, who had been sitting on a crate listening to his squad babble on about inconsequential things while they
never relaxed,
threw himself back, scattering his rations from his lap and hands as he snapped out his lasgun. Holding the rifle up, starting to sight it even before his back thudded against the hard floor beneath him. "Raid! Aerial raid!" Kalak bellowed, opening fire even as the first syllable left his mouth. His squad did as he did, throwing themselves onto their backs or knees as they aimed up, firing before they even knew what they were firing at.
I love that. That's sick.
Not questioning the well-honed instinct of their sergeant, but he knew. Looking up, his vision was filled with three things: the bright blue sky which framed everything, the gray and silver shapes of the spires around them, stretching as if to hold that vast tapestry up above them, and the white and yellow armor of thousands of descending clones. They had scaled the surrounding spires, using them as cover to get far above them before descending in a surprise raid. While some squads near them took his hint and did as his men did, not nearly enough aped his reaction to make a large difference. Commander Bly and his jet troopers opened fire using their DC-15A blaster rifles, each set to maximum charge. The rifles were rarely used by
get 'em,
jet
boys,
troopers
get 'em,
or even
boys.
most clone troopers due to their weight. But after having been briefed on the last encounters with Imperial forces, the clones had chosen to favor firepower over convenience, and it served them well now. The sergeant rolled and scrambled after having unloaded a hefty spray of his las fire into the sky, narrowly avoiding the returning fire sent at him. Looking around, he spotted a parked set of vehicles less than 12 meters away, a Taurox and a Chimera. He grinned a manic grin, and then flinched as a nearby pile of munitions took a stray shot and exploded, wiping out the 8 men who had been standing around it, but none of his men. "All right, you lazy sludge! Up to the Chimera, now!" he bellowed, scrambling to his feet, las rifle clutched in both hands.
Isn't
He
that
didn't
McCall?
look back to see if his men were following. He didn't survive out till now by being the kind of
I think
man
it's
who
McCall
looked
from the
back.
Tanith.
He just had to trust that they would follow, or trust that they were better off without those who could not follow. He ducked his head as the clones broke over the top of the secondary base, splitting into squads of 6 and sweeping about, hunting the guardsmen below them with sprays of focused fire. "Where is the damn commander?" cried Pickvet in his Rushlander accent. "How the horror should I know?" yelled Karak as he came to the door of the Chimera. He looked at it again, his eyes growing wide. Most Chimeras had turreted multi-las mounted on top of them, which would have been help enough, but not this one. This one had a beautiful heavy bolter. It only made his spirits fall all the harder as he tried to open the door and found it locked. "Ah, demons!" he cursed, turning back to face his squad. "All right, try all the doors. Hurry up!" he called, and the men scrambled to try, but no sooner had they started pulling on the handles before they were noticed. Terron and Jalasta both died, peppered suddenly by a shower of blue bolts. They jerked and spasmed with each shot, their bodies cooking even as they fell. Kalak took aim and fired, and for the first time, noticed with growing horror the effect his shots were having. One of his shots struck a trooper in the forearm. Normally, that would have been enough to blow the arm clean off, but instead, the white armor wrapped around his bicep turned black and began to smoke and deform like burnt plastic.
Oh.
The man shuddered, clearly feeling it, but also
you could shoot him.
retaining the use of his struck arm.
So you need to
Kalak's
shoot
next
him
shot struck
twice.
another in the back, and this one did not even react, his armor blackening in a foot-wide circle and smoking like the armor of the other clone had. "Creed's fucking tits!" the sergeant cursed. "Cover, cover, cover! Get under that Taurox! Now, guardsmen, move!" He screamed as he saw the jetpack soldiers coming back around with friends. His men stopped pulling on the doors and broke into a full run, chasing after Kalak as he dove and slid on the hard artificial ground, the last of his men narrowly avoiding a cascade of blue bolts which pinged and sizzled against the hull of the Taurox above them. They were crammed underneath the profile of the truck-like APC. They are surrounding us. They're going to land, Kalak barked. Roll around, you wretches! Rifles out! All directions! Make a wheel, damn it! His men obeyed, scrambling around each other in a tangle of bodies as they arranged themselves into nothing you could call a circle, but something certainly approaching 360 degrees of coverage. Then they waited, watching.
Good thing they
Listen.
call in the tempestuous scions.
All around them they could see, but more than that, hear the carnage being meted out to their fellow guardsmen. Perhaps if their anti-air towers had all still been operational, this kind of assault could have been averted. But many minutes prior, the enemy artillery had begun lobbing rounds at them. They seemed unwilling to strike certain targets, perhaps because the buildings were in the way, but that only left them with 3 of their 8 anti-air defense turrets intact when the attack had started. And as soon as the white-clad toy soldiers had gotten near enough to the ground, those defenses had become their first targets. The sounds of explosions rolled through the hidden guardsmen, deafening the unaugmented men among his squad and shaking the ground beneath them. Damn, that'd be the tanks on B Patrol, said Private Granger, who had gotten lucky and was laying on top of more of his squad than were laying on top of him.
Oof.
Oh, Thrones, this ain't right. You saw the armor. Drank my shots right up, it did, said Private Regent,
Yeah, you gotta shoot him
who was
multiple
trembling
times.
despite the 3 bodies pinning him, struggling to keep his sights steady. Private Janice groaned angrily. Oi, Farnus, get your damn boots up my ass! The clones landed, grenades held and ready to be rolled, and the guardsmen fired. Now, Kalak could not claim his men were veterans. Not all of them, anyway. He, Janice, Gala, and Turquoise were all veterans, at least by now, but his squad was a hefty mix, even before they had been further mixed in with all the other regimental units after the big jump. But if there was one thing he could claim, it was that his men were well drilled, because he drilled them himself. No shots flew wide, and those that missed their mark were quickly compensated for, the las guns flashing like tactical strobes, pegging the clones surrounding them many times in mere milliseconds. More importantly, Kalak and the more experienced members of his squad had aimed for the grenades.
Nice.
He was pleased to see, just before he landed his own shots, that once blackened, the toy soldier's armor seemed to provide them no protection at all.
See, yeah, you gotta double
The
tap.
tagged clones screamed only briefly, shins, thighs, and arms bursting into superheated explosions of
There you
blackened
go.
gore
There you go,
before
boys.
all being swept away by the explosions of the grenades in their hands or going off right beside them. 2 troopers did manage to roll their explosives under the Taurox, something Kalak managed to catch from the corner of his eye. 2 hot ones under the truck! Toss 'em, toss 'em! He yelled, lips moving as quickly as he could while still being understandable. 3 of his men, Private Yara Tolza, Private Pikvit Jorkan, and Corporal Turquoise, scrambled out on hands and knees from under the vehicle, making a dash for other cover.
They're done.
Other cover they never reached.
Yep.
Yara was a dolt. She had chosen to try to run for the overhang at the walls, which would have barely provided her any real cover at all. What's more, she had to cross several meters of open terrain, and doing so was an invitation to get shot, an invitation many of the toy soldiers took, peppering her with their blue bolts.
Yikes.
At least her death seemed quick, unlike Private Pikvit, who ran for the vehicle bays. Perhaps because he had scrambled out after Yara, or perhaps the clones had simply known it was coming, but the jet troopers did not open fire on him. Instead, 3 speeding shapes suddenly swept through the open ground between the bays and the Taurox.
Yikes.
What Kalak had initially taken to be missiles were actually men on speeder bikes, and while 2 missed him, the center bike clipped the running soldier, sending him spinning and broken to the ground, where he lay, stunned for a moment before he began to scream. For whatever reason, the toy soldiers did not feel inclined to finish the work of their speeders. But the true tragedy lay with the corporal, for Turquoise had not been running like a coward, but had been using the opportunity provided by the other 2 to make a dash back toward the Chimera. It had not been jet troopers or speeder bikes that killed her, but simply sheer rotten luck.
Aw,
Private
dang it.
Farnus had just been doing his duty, just doing as he had been instructed. had no way of knowing he was going to toss out the enemy explosive right out into her path.
No!
The explosion went off, and Turquoise was sent flying, colliding with a thud and a crunch into the side of the Chimera, falling to the ground and remaining there, completely still. Farnes began to say. Stow it, Farnes! You didn't mean it! Take your crisis on your own time and help me save those who are left. Cali.
I'm sorry, have a meltdown on your own time. We're busy right now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Deal with that crisis later, okay? No, he's not wrong. He's 100% not wrong. Like, you gotta focus on the task at hand, but you're like, yikes, oof, sorry, bro.
Like ordered. But Sarge, I said stow it! Another word and I will blame you for that. Now, eyes out. I'm assuming from the fact that we're all still alive that we cleared all of those hot potatoes. Yeah? Squad report. Clear, said Farnes.
Yikes.
Clear, said Gala. Good here, said Granger. Throne. Clear, stuttered Region. Clear, said Janice. Right, Throne, that's half the damn squad already. You lot better not disappoint me any further by tossing out your lives so cheaply. You copy? Copy. Yes, right, Sarge. All right, now shove it. They'll be back, so keep your eyes sharp while I try to figure this out. Calic barked. He looked out and around from under the vehicle. It didn't look good, and the sergeant couldn't spot any bulwarks or lines being drawn anywhere near them. If their forces were rallying somewhere, it wasn't where they were at, and he had a sneaking suspicion that every second they stayed trapped under this Taurox only made them more and more isolated from the rest of their forces.
I agree.
He could still see men fighting and dying, even tech priests trying in vain to save their sacred machines, but it was little more than a frenzied rout. His eyes found the body of his corporal again, and he swallowed hard. What had she been thinking? Had she really gambled her life on the chance that the Chimera's passenger door would be open? No, he couldn't believe that. Turquoise had been far too clever for that. She had been a hiver in her life before the guard, and she always had a plan. He looked at the Chimera again, trying to see what she had seen.
The keys
in the door. And nearly
door.
smacked himself when he spotted it. The turret. The heavy bolter turret sitting at the top of the Chimera. Its hatch was open.
Oh.
Regent, Gala, pop smoke and toss them east and west. We're going to rush the Chimera, Calic ordered. But it's locked, Janice said. The damn doors are locked, but the turret hatch is open. I'll get up there and open it all the way, then hop down. Everyone move down the damn Chimera. Make room for everyone else. We're getting the hell out of here.
Get 'em.
You slugs ready? Asked Sergeant
Yeah,
Calic.
get on board.
Sarge. Then pop the damn smoke and get ready to move on my mark. They did as ordered, and he waited, listening to the smoke hissing as it escaped the two canisters, watching as the edge of his sight was quickly filled by the shifting clouds of smoke. He waited and waited, taking his best possible mental image of the vehicle, its rear facing towards him. And then, gathering his courage and energy into an explosive burst, he began to advance. Move, move, he called. First, he crawled on his hands and knees until he was sure that he was out from beneath the Taurox, and then he climbed to his hands and feet and began to run. He let his rifle hang from his harness by its shoulder strap, both arms extended out in front of him, cushioning his body as he ran into the back hatch of the Chimera. Knowing it was locked, he blindly fumbled in the smoke, moving to the right side and finding the tank treads of the vehicle. He dug his fingers into the seams in the rough tracks and hauled himself up and out of the smoke. Briefly, he had a clearer view of the battle. It was every bit as bad as he had feared. The fact that he and his squad had been attacked when they were cycled out to eat and rest told him that it was likely the whole camp had been hit by the attack, and these toy soldiers knew how to identify and prioritize targets. He didn't waste too much time ogling their sweeping jetpack strikes and lightning-fast bike raids, instead climbing over to the hatch that led into the Chimera and prying it all the way open. He climbed inside the tight confines of the APC, getting down into the wider main body of the vehicle and getting on one of the last guns mounted onto the sides. The sergeant peered through one of the thin slits in the armor, which provided him with just enough sight of the outside as he swiveled the weapon in its mount and began to fire. His crew began to drop in one by one, and while Janice took a shot in the left shoulder and dropped into the APC, cursing and spitting, he was alive, and that would have to do. Regent, take a look at Janice, and be quick. I need you both on these las guns. He spat. Gala, get up in that bolter turret and start laying down some real fire. See if you can clear us a way out. She nodded and climbed up into the turret controls without another word. Farnes, get in that driver's seat and wake this thing's machine spirit. We needed to get us out of here before we are overrun. Farnes nodded and scrambled into the driver's seat, humming something to himself as he began to put his training to work. Granger, get your hands on that last gun opposite me. You, me, and Gala are gonna buy Farnes enough time to get us out of here. Kellic said as he turned away from them, looking back through the slit in the armor and taking aim. He began to fire, and soon Granger and Gala joined him, though it was the latter that made the biggest difference by far. As Gala loaded the belt of heavy bolter rounds into her turret gun and sealed the doors above her securely, the turret suddenly transformed into a blistering storm of thundering death. The iconic barking of bolter shells filled the air in a near hum of continuous output, Gala smiling to herself and then screaming triumphantly as she began to strafe the line of bolts across the hovering and flying clones nearby. Watching as flying clones in both pristine white armor and blackened smoking armor became nothing more but sprays
Can your
of
armor
limbs and
dodge
organs as she dragged
a bullet the size of a Red Bull can
across every cluster of clones she could spot. Meanwhile, Kellic and Granger, as well as Regent and Janice soon after, speared clones out of the sky with focused volleys of las fire, shooting men off of their speeders and sending the bikes flaming and careening into the nearby terrain. Their counterattack was going well, but they had no hope of actually driving off the whole assault with just one chimera. Farnes, movement now! Kellic roared from his position on the las gun. I can't! It won't move! The guardsman called back, panic riddling his voice. Why the hell not? Don't tell me this thing doesn't have the fuel for it! Kellic said, looking down at one of the bulbous fuel tanks which partially protruded from the floor near his feet. He kicked it, and the sound it made didn't sound empty. No, Sarge, it isn't that at all. This chimera is keyed to one of the tech priests around here. It won't start without their access code. The sergeant...
That's stupid. Sometimes you don't have time to go through all the machine rights. Oh my goodness. Red bullet. Yep.
Wiped at his face, feeling himself aging to death by the second. Then start guessing codes, Kellic ordered. What? Asked Farnes, incredulous.
Just start guessing the codes. Just start guessing. Yep, I'm sure that will go well. And thank you for the bit, Sprinkle Bells. Thank you.
You heard me, Private. Either you get this thing moving, or we all die in this box. So start guessing. Farnes looked down at the console before him, particularly the number pad he had to use to dial the code in. He felt all the blood draining out of him as he swallowed hard. Oh, Omnissiah, please have mercy upon this machine of flesh and bone who seeks only to do your will. Please send upon us the motive force and awaken the servant of the Emperor to ferry us to safety. In your holy name, I pray. The guardsman began to mutter as he typed in the first of many attempts, trying to ignore the more and more desperate sounds of his comrades behind him. Oh, machine God, in your name I pray, please send salvation unto the servants of your will. He continued as he began the second attempt.
Oh gosh. Good luck. So many codes. So many codes. Thank you, Dino Fan, and Sprinkle Bells again. Thank you.
Rex grit his teeth, keeping his head down as he crouched behind the stack of thick Durasteel crates, pistols out and in each hand. He and Ahsoka had split up with the intention of dividing the enemy's attention. And it seemed to have worked, though he now found himself held up from their rendezvous point. It was these new forms of Imperials. Rex had faced a Space Marine, and he had been briefed by his brothers in the 501st about the Imperial Guard. But these things were neither. Robed in red, wielding bizarre and powerful weapons, and more machine than men, these combatants were of a whole different breed. Rex had begun to divide them up between two general varieties. The dumb, lumbering kind, which, though being far more heavily armed than most things the Confederacy ever bothered deploying, were just as slow and easy to outmaneuver as any B-1s. And the smart, faster kind, which wore the red robes and behaved more like commando droids, though their precision and teamwork were on a whole different level. Even now, one of the big lumbering ones was positioned at the end of this hallway, using an enormous heavy weapon to keep the heads of him and his men down, and popping any who dared rise. Meanwhile, the robed warriors crouched on mechanical limbs, eyes glowing as they sighted down their bizarre weapons. As if to remind him of their presence, they fired again. "Get down!" Rex yelled, while the lumbering ones sprayed weapons fire everywhere without care for accuracy. The robed ones never took shots that didn't at least come deathly close to striking home. He watched two troopers near him who had been, so far as he could tell, safely behind cover as the shots ricocheted off the nearby walls, striking one clone in the stomach and the other in the shin. The effect was the same.
Oof.
They screamed as electricity coursed through them, silencing as they went rigid still, Rex turning away as their struck body parts exploded in an electrical shower of gore.
Ooh, gross.
This could not go on. The 501st were bleeding troopers like crazy in these hard points,
That sucks,
and they couldn't
bro.
rely on Ahsoka or Anakin, or any Jedi for that matter, to bail them out. Anakin wasn't even on the ship, him and the Bad Batch having taken the fight to the enemy destroyer with an eye for seizing the bridge. Ahsoka, on the other hand, was on board but not nearby. They had split up to cover more ground, hoping to confuse the enemy with the tactic. It evidently had not worked very well, at least not for him and his half of the men. Ahsoka had taken Echo to seize the comm vaults, whereas he himself was tasked with taking the bridge, a mission which seemed more and more impossible by the second. He peeked out, but try as he might, he simply could not see another way. They could retreat, but doing that would only cede this passageway to them, a passage they had already bled hard to take, and which was not easily circumvented, and certainly not quickly avoided. Backing out would be the same as admitting defeat. They needed to push through, and they needed to do it within the next few minutes, or the enemy would bunker down beyond their ability to breach. "We're gonna rush them," Rex said, feeling cold spikes trace along his spine. "Are you crazy?" asked one trooper nearby. "Captain, that heavy weapons fire will turn us into mulch. The back of the hallway is moments from blowing out into space," another argued. "And that's why we have to keep moving. The longer we stay pinned here, the worse our position will become," the captain said, waving more of the men behind them up, who crawled forward at the gesture, using the cover or advancing up alcoves until the exploding rain of bullets became too dense. "Pass the shields up, now troopers," Rex ordered. They did, passing the large rectangular shields up and over themselves in a train until all the frontmost clones had access to one. "Blast it, Rex! These shields won't take even a single shot from what that heavy weapon is spitting. We're going to get cut to pieces," said Boomer, who was on his stomach under a blast shield not far away. "You're going to have to trust me. Get your flashbangs and EMP grenades ready. No more arguing.
There
I'll
you
take
go.
point.
EMP
Toss,
grenades are probably
count,
going to do a good
charge,
job.
and shoot," he ordered. Rex swallowed hard.
Yeah,
pushing
those
down
grenades
all
are gonna be
thoughts
super
of death,
helpful.
of the wounds he knew would kill him if any of those weapons struck him. The clones had never been as effective at fighting flesh and bone defense forces. The captain had always known that. But these droid men were quickly proving more lethal in every way than the most dedicated rebel or dastardly insurgent. "Now, for the Republic!" Rex bellowed. The clones tossed their flashbangs, made specifically to interfere with optic sensors by using EM wave bursts, among other more conventional methods.
There it is.
They flashed and screeched loudly, but Rex waited a moment, his instincts holding him back. A stream of bolt rounds hammered into his cover and then off and away in the direction he had planned to jump towards. The droidmen had anticipated that, but this time experience trumped equations, and he leapt out, rolling and dodging as bright blue shots fired from the bizarre, antique-looking rifles that the robed men were using. He narrowly avoided the shots, keeping his motion constant as he came up to his feet smoothly and jumped again, this time extending both of his pistols and firing. His first shot hit dead center,
Nice.
blowing away the face of the lumbering cyborg. It continued emptying its heavy weapon even as it staggered, headless, before falling over, blowing itself to pieces as it fell forward onto its own barrel. The robed man, who was Rex's second target, ducked the shot, firing his own weapon but shooting wide, evidently still blinded, at least to a degree. The droid men opened fire, and Rex rolled as he hit the ground again, this time unable to preserve his momentum and falling heavily. He braced for the shot he knew was
This looks
coming,
like the custom
but
art.
was shielded at the last second by Jesse, who blocked the shot with his blast shield. The bullet tinked loudly against the insulated metal, but otherwise seemed entirely negated. Jesse extended a hand, which Rex took, wasting no time in getting back up. The 501st advanced up the hallway, blast shields forming a triple-layered wall, one trooper holding up the shield while two others took shots from around it. The three robed droid men began to retreat, moving swiftly on double-jointed bionic legs, but taking fire as they did. Rex smiled, more than a little happy to see that, as effective as their weapons were against him and his men, the Republic was still not entirely without kick. Their blaster bolts, as slow as they were, and as ineffective against the Astartes as they had been, proved extremely lethal to all these droid men. The ionized blasts seemed to wreak havoc with their extensive augmentations.
I was wondering how that was
going
to be.
Eager to exploit as two of the retreating warriors dropped.
To get clones versus guardsmen and Mechanicus, this is a much more of a even fight than against Astartes.
Convulsing like roaches, the clones surrounding them and pumping them full of blue death. Still, while it was an advantage, it was a cold comfort when compared to the losses they were taking. And then they turned the corner, the one leading towards the bridge turbo lift. Facing the clones were three lines of droid men. The first layer was composed of a shambling, bulky front line of cyborgs. Their arms had been replaced with massive pincers and sparking hammers, and their eyes seemed mindless and determined as death itself. Behind them, one row of robed, lithe droid men kneeled, weapons out in ordered rows. Rex saw some of the same rifles as the ones they had struggled with up till now, but mixed in with those were a plethora of other, varied and often glowing weapons. They were kneeling stock still as a second line of identical soldiers rested the barrels of their own weapons against the stiff soldiers of the first line. Keep going! Keep going! Close the distance! Rex yelled, charging behind Jesse's shield to the far left as the 501st charged and opened fire on the formation. The front line of droid men lurched into a mindless countercharge, and were nearly all wiped out by the volleys of fire which came out for them. One managed by sheer dumb luck to stumble around the bolts sent after it, and reached the line of blast shields. With a single swing of its massive claw, it crushed the nearest shield and the trooper behind it before the cyborg was force-fed the barrel of a DC-15A, which put the flesh and metal amalgamation out of its misery.
Oof.
More shields moved up to cover the breach instantly, but it did little good. Rex had been shooting past the front line all along, into the second and third line of the enemy, knowing it was with them that the real threat could be found. But they were fearless, even as he killed them, and when the final frontline cyborg had fallen,
Oh, I love this
they
music.
opened fire. It was chaos and death in seconds, as the variety of different, obscene weapons dispensed hell into the first and second lines of the advancing troopers. Arc rifles struck the insulated shields like lightning bolts, deafening and burning the clones nearby, and through each gap that was created, more servitor bullets slung in, coated in blue as they struck more clones, stealing their potential energy before causing an electrical explosion at the impact site. But these were the lightest of the armaments. Bright, hellish phosphorus rounds, burning white-hot, began to clack and clink against the shields, burning their way through to the troopers behind them after a few volleys. Oh, the screaming. There was suddenly so much screaming. The room became swelteringly hot, Rex feeling heat press into him despite his armor as thick bolts of plasma fired from several of the glowing weapons. The globular volleys were easily enough to melt an ATTE down to its legs, and as it splashed into the rightmost ranks of the shield formation, its lethal potential was put on stark display as it liquefied the shields, troopers, and hallway present there. Had they been close to the skin of the ship, they would have surely been vented into space.
Yeah, that'd
Rex
be bad.
found himself floundering as he felt the shield he was shooting around start to heat up as bright yellow projectiles began to rain down on it. What was the right answer? Retreat? Charge? Hold position? Rex was not confident they would survive any of those outcomes. "This is turning into Geonosis all over again!" Jesse bellowed through the din of screams and weapons fire. No, Rex thought to himself as he and Jesse were suddenly tossed aside by the force of an explosion 5 meters away. This is much worse than Geonosis, he thought numbly, pinned under the shield with Jesse as other bodies fell on top of and over them. After a second,
shoot.
he tried to shove himself out from under the pile, hearing Jesse groan next to him and thankful he was still alive. But he was helplessly pinned. All he could do was manage to extract his arms and keep shooting with both pistols from his position on the ground. Luckily, his fellow clones did not pause to look to him for further orders. He had already given them orders. Howling in pain as they stepped through molten metal and the slimy remains of their brothers, the clones kept up the charge. They tossed flashbangs and EMP grenades to try to disrupt the consistent, accurate fire which was devastating their advance. But the droidmen shot these down mid-flight, now all too aware of their efficacy, eye lenses shuttering closed
that's
and then
cool,
open in
though.
the moments when the flashbangs went
That's
off.
sick.
The 501st weren't making any headway. Rex, are you alright? Rex suddenly felt someone grasp his arm and begin hauling him up. It was Korik, and Rex barely managed to pull the trooper down beside him in time to avoid a crackling spear of electrical death.
Ooh.
"I'm fine, Korik. Keep your head down," Rex ordered, shooting 2 droidmen in the face, stopping them from coating him and Korik in explosive bullets. "Blast it! I'd strangle a Jedi for a few blaze troopers right about now," Korik complained, shielding himself behind a half-melted blast shield that lay nearby.
I would commit awful treason. And hi, fan. Welcome. We're in the middle of episode 11. I think we're almost done. Yeah, we got like 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. I would commit treason for more men right now.
Jamming his rifle through the damaged gap and firing as he spoke. He, Rex, and many other dying and fighting clones shot volleys, both precise and scattered, back at the droidmen. Those struck would either weather the blow, suffering from twitches, spasms, but no obvious pain, or they would drop, falling into violent, rending contortions.
I love this fight.
After falling, they would be replaced, those in the second row kneeling to take the positions of the first, while a third row of obscured forces stepped in from behind to replace those of the second row. This was a meat grinder for both sides, given how
I love
effective
this
their
fight.
weapons were on the strange biology of the droidmen, but it was far, far worse for the 501st. "I'd strangle a few blaze troopers for a Jedi right about now," was Rex's answer to Korik. And, like a prayer, his answer was answered. From
Ahsoka.
above and behind the 2 lines of droidmen, 2 familiar bars of blue light penetrated from the floor above them.
Yeah.
They spun, creating a perfect circle of rent
Dang, I'm
metal.
so conflicted. Like, I love some of these characters from Star Wars, and I'm like, oh yeah, Ahsoka's gonna come and she's gonna save them, and I love Rex, and I don't want Rex to die, but also, like, Warhammer. So I imagine in the future I'm gonna feel some pain, because pretty confident fan is not opposed to killing off characters for the plot. So I can't decide what side I want to be on. I'm on the Warhammer side because I think they would crush the Empire and the Republic, but like, I love Ahsoka.
Then withdrew. The cork of Durasteel was pushed down into the center of the 2 lines of robed droidmen, crushing several beneath it before tens of EMP grenades rained down from the hole in the ceiling. The droidmen reacted with little confusion and near instantaneous motion, starting to retreat, but they were still not quick enough, their forward lines screeching out in mechanical pain as they were enveloped in the expanding globes of electromagnetic waves. Most of them had been proofed against conventional EMP and similar radiation, but the exotic technologies of the clones handedly overcame these standard defenses. The clones gave a cheer and charged, and this time when Kolick went to help Rex up, he led him. Rex took a moment to make sure a medic got to the still unconscious Jesse before checking himself for wounds and joining the rush of the counter-assault. Ahsoka dropped from the ceiling as soon as the grenades had detonated, scything her way into the retreating droidmen with both sabers. Her half of the 501st began to rappel and drop down from the hole after her, opening fire all the while. With cries of, "For the Commander!" and "For the Republic!" the 501st managed to push the enemy forces all the way back to the turbo lift that led up to the final approach into the bridge. The lift had been shut down, but they had Echo working on it and expected to have it back online in minutes. Rex sighed and leaned against the wall, taking off his helmet and wiping at the heavy sweat which coated his brow. The ship air was now cool against his scalp, whereas before it had been like an oven. He sighed, taking his rest while he had the chance. "Well, you don't seem too broken up about the stall." Rex opened his eyes and saw Ahsoka approaching, a cautious smile lighting her face. He smiled back, not denying it. "Truth be told, Commander, I think we need the rest. I have never been part of a boarding action as frantic as this. I keep thinking we should have come more prepared, but prepared with what? I couldn't very well let the men bring PLXs into a boarding action, right?" Ahsoka crossed her arms and nodded. "I know what you mean. I've had to use every trick in my book to get us out this far, and we are still losing more men than is acceptable. They fight almost like droids, but competently," he finished for her, and she nodded again. "How were the comm-vaults? Were you and Echo able to patch into the ship from there?" he asked. She shook her head. "The comm-vaults are completely stripped clean. Most of the physical machinery is gone, and what's left has been wiped and nearly completely disconnected from the ship. They didn't even bother to defend them, at least not any more fiercely than any other part of the ship. It looks like you ended up getting the worst of it in that regard," the former Padawan said, rubbing her arm and looking away, ashamed to have left her friend in such a desperate situation.
"It's okay."
Rex laughed, causing Ahsoka to look up. "If that's the case, then I'm glad," he said, straightening up off the wall. She looked at the captain quizzically. "Why's that?" she asked.
"'Cause he doesn't want her to die."
A sudden loud beep caught all of their attention, both Rex and Ahsoka and the many clones around them. Echo stood up and away from the input slot he had been using, looking up at the lift as the active light flicked on. "Okay, that should do it," he called. Rex grinned and put on his helmet, looking at Ahsoka. "I was honestly afraid they would have their own version of a Jedi, that you would be the one dealing with that without me. If this is all they have, then we can still take them down," he said, hefting his two blaster pistols.
Optimistic.
Ahsoka nodded, but then frowned, her eyes widening in a look Rex had seen too many times before.
Foreshadowing.
Jedi were clairvoyant. They got these feelings. "Got a bad feeling?" he asked. She activated her lightsabers in response as the lift doors opened. Rex and his troopers took up positions, but his heart still sank when he saw what had come for them. The lift was packed with more of the robed droidmen, the confines bristling with the nozzles, dishes, and barrels of their assorted weapons. But there, in the center of it all, holding some bizarre, cog-themed staff, which seemed to spark with power, stood a robed, blue-skinned figure. He stepped forward, stave in hand, his eyes wrapped and hidden behind black bandages. Tattoos of silver, which seemed to be in the likeness of circuitry, covered every inch of his skin they could see, which increased drastically as he tossed aside his robe, leaving himself bare-chested before them and revealing the encompassing extent of his markings.
"Do not fear and do not despair,"
he called out to them.
"I am a holy priest of the motive force. And I've come to tell you that even though you must now fall before our sacred forms, I shall gather and preserve your potential energy. Nothing shall be wasted.
The odd priest bellowed,
there we go.
sparks raining
That's
from
bad.
his skin.
For you guys.
And know that to die before the servants of the Omnissiah is a blessing within itself.
And with that, the man smacked his staff against the floor.
Okay,
and
that's...
all the lights within the corridor died in an instant. And as the lights died, the screaming began again.
Ooh! That goes hard. That goes so hard. That goes so hard. Yeah. That goes so hard. I don't know too much about the Mechanicus. There are not that I don't like them, they're just not the thing that piques my interest the most. That song is a banger, though. Song's a banger. Is that String Storm song? Let's listen to it more. Beautiful. I love it. Oh, I can't wait. Hi, hello. Thank you for those of you who've joined us. Oh, thank you so much, Sprinkle Bells. Tell your fiance I say hi. Hi, hello. I think you're gonna like Mr. Blue. Hey there, Mr. Blue. We're so pleased to be with you. Okay, so I know I said earlier that we were gonna watch like 5 episodes a stream. I was a liar. I'm a liar. I think we're only gonna do 2 this time, because look how long they are. That's what she said. Before any of you else say it first. I'm gonna say it first. Yeah, see, then we have a couple other shorter ones. Then the screaming began. It's like, yes! Yes! Sorry. I get so excited. I'm like, yes, give me the bloodshed. Oh, wait, am I corn now? Have I become corn? The Femstodes have cursed your mind today. None of us were gonna say it. Too bright. I'm sorry, you clearly have not spent enough time on the internet. I've said things that were not intended to be innuendos. And like 9 times out of 10, someone says something about it. 9 times out of 10. Come on. Make sure it's not too loud. Oh. Okay, that's rude. Don't sass me by saying the slightly dubious things I've said. Hey, don't bring logic into this conversation. Don't bring logic into this conversation. How dare you? How dare you use facts and logic against me? There's more innuendos. Oh, yay. I've been corrupted by the Femstodes at this point. I've been corrupted. It's bad. First I was like, oh my gosh, and now I'm like, Also, maybe I've been flirting too much with my VTuber friends. That's probably what happened too.
Lift you.
Ooh, the vibes. I'm getting chills. Oh, this goes so hard. What game is this from? It looks really cool. Knights of the Old Republic? Oh my gosh. Oh, dang, girly.
From the
Okay. Getting absolutely spoiled with these openers. It sets the tone for everything, and I love it. I love it so much. Like, can't get enough of it. Tone set.
Anakin crept along the alleyway, hood drawn up around his face, obscuring his features. It was frigid, almost cold enough to snow, which meant that it was the most miserable temperature possible for the weather he was in. Frigid, oily drops pattered against his slick robe in an inconsistent drizzle. Well, perhaps weather was the wrong term. After all, it was hardly rain that he was being coated in. Looking up, tens, maybe hundreds of massive graded platforms faced skyward, and an equal amount lingered below him, visible through the holes in the graded platform he himself stood on. Buildings had been fitted onto these grates, each one rising to a variable height, all the way up to the next grate, with some connecting to the buildings above or below them. Each grate contained a small city in its own right, and people moved, worked, and lived on each segment as naturally as anyone might on the lower levels of Coruscant. Crowds of dirty void dwellers roamed down the broad avenues, walking on foot or conveyed on some vehicle. Priests in red robes, their bodies disfigured with rough, pervasive augmentations, wore large floating harnesses and rings, levitating above the crowds, performing various tasks of maintenance on the varied systems of the ship. The entire area smelled like stale air and human bodies, the unwashed kind, and Anakin did not want to hazard a guess as to just what was composing the inconsistent but ever-present drizzle which coated him more and more with each passing moment.
Yeah, don't think about it.
The Jedi looked around, checking to make sure the coast was relatively clear before waving his men forward. It was just him, Wrecker, Crosshair, Tech, Hunter, and R2. Moving with such a small team had allowed them to evade the security forces sent to their boarding craft, and with little effort, they had moved deep enough into the ship to reach this populated area. The clones and droid rushed across the smaller street which separated them, coming into Anakin's alley and hefting weapons, each cloaked as well. "This is a warship?" Hunter asked as he came up beside Anakin. The Jedi nodded. "Yeah, one of their smaller ones," he added, peeking around a corner into the main street. "No kiddin'?" Hunter asked, kneeling down and tapping the grated floor. "From what I can tell, there's at least 30,000 people living in here, maybe more, he said with a sniff. They drag all these people to war? What happens if the ship gets attacked or blown up? Asked Wrecker.
They all die.
No one answered verbally, but Crosshair hefted his sniper rifle and drew his finger across his own throat, pairing the act with a choking sound. Wrecker's eyes widened. Whoa, wow, that's pretty hardcore, Wrecker said.
Yes, Wrecker.
Rein it
Based.
in, stay focused.
Wrecker
said
is
Hunter.
based.
The huge clone
Confirmed.
smirked and nodded. We need to pick up the pace, Hunter. Ahsoka and Rex are fighting next door, and I'm sure they are drawing most of the attention. We need to break into the bridge and make sure they have no way to access the bomb on an axis, with Trench's ship or not, Anakin said. Hunter stood, shaking his head. I know, sir, but this place is vast and not built very intuitively. Halls are blocked, lifts are broken. I was hoping that by heading towards a larger, empty space, navigation would become clearer, but that's not the case.
No.
He trailed off, seeming to hear something before snapping around and aiming his blaster at the far end of the alley. Standing there was a hunched man, or was he a machine? Both, and fully a monster besides. He was mauled by metallic augmentations all over his body, head, neck, everywhere. His flesh was a tortured red.
Okay, I loved that line. He was mauled by metallic augmentations. Okay, that was a cool line. Bravo. It's a great line. Love that.
Mass of metal and unwilling skin and muscle. Both eyes gone, replaced with large, red lenses that had been shoved into the eye sockets.
You better
Sockets
run.
which still wept dirty pink tears which dripped from its chin.
Ooh.
All weapons snapped up to face it, and R2 whirred and moved behind Anakin.
All praise be.
Oh.
His...
The man-machine said
I do
as
not
it
like
staggered
this
into
art.
the alley.
Oh.
It had a large, hunched back, and its arms were both replaced, the right with a large claw, and the left with a club-like protuberance of stained metal. Flies buzzed about its stinking, nearly rotting form, covered only by filthy rags and sheets of long, thin paper which hung from red wax seals, each thickly coated in the scrolled religious texts of the Dia. It moved forward steadily, but slowly, appearing to have no other speed. Should we... Crosshair asked, looking towards Hunter, but it was Anakin who answered. No, wait. Don't shoot it. I don't sense anything. No hostility. He whispered.
Nothing behind those
No
eyes.
awareness at all.
Head empty,
He
no
added
thoughts.
a moment later.
Me.
All the while, the thing continued to lurch forward, moving towards them, metal feet thumping down one after the other as it neared them. Closer and closer and closer it came.
Ooh, it's uncomfy.
It said.
Ooh.
It's getting kinda close, Wrecker said, still aiming at the thing. You shoot that thing, and it will give us away. Just move, nice and slow. Anakin said back. It got closer and closer, moving directly towards Crosshair, the closest one. But Crosshair did not move. He only raised and sighted his rifle, mechanical legs squeaking slightly as he adjusted his stance.
Must
be...
Oh.
It droned, now
I
almost
hate
in
that.
Crosshair's face. Crosshair, move. Hunter ordered, his voice low and strained. It stepped almost into the raised barrel of Crosshair's rifle, raising one augmented arm, the claw there opening sluggishly. Crosshair smoothly but slowly moved to the left of the thing as it reached forward, his barrel hovering inches from its face and head. Its claws reached into a fitted slot into the wall behind Crosshair, and out slid a stinking refuse container. Its other arm reached in, the club-like head of its limb revealed to be a powerful suction device, which it used to slurp up the partial sewage. Its hunchback inflated, getting larger and larger until it stopped. A
Ew.
flame flicking to life at the end of the same arm that had been used for the draining. It billowed out a flame into the container, sterilizing it before sliding it back into the wall.
Ugh.
Oh.
Yeah, good thing I finished eating.
In
His
name,
are
worthy.
It moaned as
Ugh.
it turned away from the wall and began to walk to the next alley and the next container. They all watched after it, even remaining silent and vigilant as it opened the wall canister in the next alley over from theirs, doing the same, its hump swelling and stinking even more grotesquely. Was that supposed to be a person? Tech asked. Anakin,
It
paler
was a
now than he
person.
had been before, shook his head. That used to be a person.
Yeah,
I have
wow.
no idea what it is now, he said. R2-D2 beeped in word, and Anakin nodded. What'd he say? Asked Wrecker. A droid, said the Jedi. Huh? Asked the clone. R2 says that it, whatever it was, it's now a droid. Maybe less, Anakin clarified. This
Gross.
place is a horror show, Crosshair said, not sounding nearly as displeased as his words would imply. Then let's bring the curtains down, said Hunter. General, we can't rely on my spatial awareness alone if we're going to navigate up to the bridge in time to aid Captain Rex. We need a guide, willing or not. Anakin nodded, rubbing his chin before suddenly smiling. Okay, I've got an idea.
That's a great name. Hell Smasher. I love it.
freaking kill him! Shoot
Get him!
Screeched the augmented warrior. Half his face was cast in rigid metal, iron teeth exposed, red lenses filling the metal socket of the skull-like side of his head. But the other half was all too human, scowling and paling in a volatile combination of uncompromising fury and existential fear. Before him, two men of lesser rank aimed their massive slug throwers, their multiple barrels whining as they began to spin like primitive imitations of proper rotary blasters. Obi-Wan's speed increased, leaving them only
we
a
got
second or two
Obi-Wan,
left when
yes.
their weapons actually started firing. The Jedi Master narrowed his eyes as he saw the shots coming, fast, very fast, and not blockable. He answered them by running to the left, narrowly avoiding the twin streams of fire as he sped towards them up the cylindrical hall. The two gunners were nothing if not persistent, gritting their teeth as they moved their weapons to chase, lines of fire dragging after Obi-Wan, forcing him further and further left, sandwiching him between the wall and the closing hail of bullet-borne death that was pursuing. In response to this, the Jedi merely ran up the wall, prompting shouts of rage from the men as their guns swept up after him, but simply could not track the Master unaided. They had less than a second to finish their exclamations of dismay, the heads of the two gunners flying clean as he sped by them, stride unbroken.
Oh, dang.
Their superior hefted a scattergun and fired it, grinning madly, fully willing to be bisected by Obi-Wan's saber if it meant slaying him in the process. The Jedi did not feel the same, and leapt over the man, avoiding the shredding sheets of fire and the officer entirely as he continued to run. The Imperial roared with rage and spun on his heel to discharge his weapon into Obi-Wan's back. He was cut short quite literally as the 47 Jedi following in the Master's wake swept by, dicing the man into
He was
pieces
cut
before he could
short.
squeeze the trigger. They had met the organized defenders of the ship soon after boarding. The Imperials were determined, well-trained, vicious, and ready. But none of that saved them, or even slowed the
Yeah,
Jedi down.
Jedi
the
versus-
Order was unleashed. And just
Yeah.
as Obi-Wan was doing now, so too were the many other groups of Jedi that were loose on the ship, doing damage wherever they could, seeking to disable or destroy the vessel. The speed and power of their assault was utterly overwhelming, and the defenders could not stop them. In his mind, Obi-Wan could hear them, the other Jedi, all communicating to each other telepathically, reporting, updating, informing, calling for help. Someone's in trouble. Obi-Wan said out loud, though it was his mental voice which aped his spoken words that was heard by the others in his group.
Oh, I love that.
I sense it as well, said Master Malicos, his robed form skipping along the corridor just 2 steps behind Obi-Wan, so close the Elder Master could almost physically hear him. It's Master Unduli, he said after a moment more.
Why can I not hear her?
Asked Jedi Knight Olgant. Something is blocking us from her, but I sense that she is calling, that she is in distress, said Master Malicos. Let us go, we are the nearest, said Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, veering left as the next intersection of claustrophobic halls came into view. No! Roared another one of the Imperial officers. They had been waiting for them, lined up this time, 4 men in front and 1 officer behind. The 4 men were holding large, glowing weapons, each one massive in their arms as they hefted, aimed, and fired. The globular bolts of plasma filled every space in the hallway, melting the corridor just by their passage. They moved blindingly fast, but the Jedi had begun acting even before the shots themselves had been fired. They halted, landing wherever they could, lightsabers hung, hands extended out. The Masters and their Knights focused, reaching out with their wills in a wave of force which collided with the superheated plasma. The powerful weaponized bolts smashed into the invisible wall, splattering before rolling backward on a wave of cooling but still superheated plasma, melting the still glowing corridor a second time as the men screamed. Some turning to run, forced to carry their heavy guns, the power packs on their backs which connected to the weapons, leaving them little choice. The officer screamed his fury, unloading his scattergun into the rolling wave twice before being destroyed by it. None of them survived the counterattack, and soon the Jedi were jumping from the edges of their charred bones. Booted and sandaled feet only touching the smoking remains and molten metal of the hallway for less than milliseconds as they rushed through.
Oh my
and
gosh,
so it was
that's
that
insane!
things continued, with ambushes and choke points being quickly overcome by the
Uno reverse
precognitive
card.
assault of the Jedi Order and its lethal divisions. Where bullets were used, the Jedi dodged and danced around them, the Masters leading the way. Where plasma was used, the Force was deployed, creating walls which could not be burnt or expended by superheated energy. Where lasfire was used, the Jedi would rip the plates and panels away from the ship around them, sending them forward in a lethal storm of spinning metal which would both shield the advancing knights and force their opponents into cover until the very instant they were upon them. Master Windu and his combat force had gone to a place called the Choir to neutralize their communications, and Obi-Wan and the others had lost direct contact with him, though they trusted Master Windu to handle himself in any situation. Luminara, however, seemed to be broadcasting distress, like a scream being issued from a mouth submerged by water. The closer they drew, the louder it became. Finally, they found themselves near the top of the massive vessel. A long line of carnage stretched out behind them. They had not lost a single knight, not one, on their way here. They had all been warned that holding back against this foe would mean certain failure, and a surprisingly large amount of the Order had taken this to heart. The horrors occurring on Axum had also been shared, and they had become a potent source of dispassionate rage within the Knights and Masters.
No, stop! Why do... They're not supposed to. They're not supposed to act out of rage. They're gonna fall to the dark side. Oh no. Not immediately. But it can be a slippery slope, my dudes.
Of the Jedi. A rage they now vented in faux serenity, faces placid as they slaughtered their way through the armsmen of the ship. Even now, they found themselves in some sort of bizarre collection of orreries, a confusing hive of domes of various sizes connected by a maze of corridors. She was within one of these chambers, but it was unclear which. But the sound of her distress had become truly alarming. They entered another orrery, the dome above them made of transparent material, and framed in stained glass which depicted different equations and constellations across the breadth of the ceiling. The stars and a portion of Axum's sphere shone in from there, illuminating the hundreds of soldiers present before them. Soldiers the Jedi had already sensed long before entering the room. The knights activated their sabers and got to work, moving like wraiths, each swing lopping away limbs and heads, the cries of the wounded only lasting so long before silence returned to the starlit room. This was overkill, said Master Drelig, deactivating his lightsaber as he spoke, his voice filled with bitter sentiments. Deploying the full might of the Order like this is cruel, he said, voicing the words as he would a hard fact to a stubborn student.
At least someone noticed.
Looked at Sindralig, and then they both looked towards Jedi Knight Siri Junda, who was hacking at the twitching body of an officer. And irresponsible, he added, his bitterness edging into resentment as he clipped his saber to his belt and strode towards the knight, gently but insistently pulling her away from the corpse and bringing her gradually back to center.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan agreed with the sentiment, though he was not sure he could agree with the idea that this should not have been done.
Ooh.
This was only going so smoothly because they were not facing the same forces they had faced during the invasion of Axum, when they had faced armies of the Adeptus Astartes, of Space Marines. The tens of Jedi that had been present had died so quickly the retreat had not even been sounded, with few commanders having been decisive enough to survive, and none of them unscathed. Had they been here, waiting for them, then this would have been a different battle entirely.
Yes.
Obi-Wan sighed heavily, shaking his head as he looked at the sentinel forms of the Jedi
They couldn't have
around
known
him
who would be on the
and
ships.
the mounds of corpses at his feet. How could it be that even in victory, he could feel defeat closing around them still?
Welcome
He
to
shook
the
his head
Warhammer universe.
and cleared his thoughts. His mission now was to effect a rescue of Master Unduli, and he cast his eyes and senses about, trying to see if they were any closer to her. Her presence seemed the same as it had been before, but his eyes did find something laying on the ground. A familiar shape, but one that did not belong there. A lightsaber. He went to it and collected it from the ground. He did not recognize it, but he also knew it belonged to no one within his combat force. He hooked it to his belt and turned to the others. Master Luminara is close. Let's not lose our momentum, Master Kenobi said to them. Grim nods, grimaces, and troublesome grins greeted his call, and soon they were moving again, back into the halls. Obi-Wan let his hand trace along the new lightsaber, feeling a pull within it and following. Soon they were at a new door, which led into yet another domed place, similar to the others and lit by the stars, but much larger than any orrery they had seen thus far. And now they could all hear it. Not with the Force, but with their own ears.
She's actually screaming.
Master Luminara was screaming.
Yep.
Her voice torn and wet, her agony slamming into all of them, as if passing into the room had been the same as passing beyond a buffer which had, till that point, smothered the truth of her cries. It was not a distress call. It was a shriek, continuous and horrid, pried from her lips by what could only be described as psychic torture.
Ooh.
They honed in on her right away, in the very center of the cavernous domed room, writhing on the ground beneath the gaze of a massive, single figure.
Yikes!
Spread out, ordered Master Malicos. Surround him. The knights swiftly obeyed, fanning out and wrapping around as they came in from all sides. The figure...
All right, everyone, all right. It's time to place your bets. They have 47 that they have brought onto the ship. How many are surviving? It's time to place your bets. And no spoilers if you know. How many survive? I think Anakin, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan will survive. I think we gotta wait for a more, like, pinnacle moment for one of those three to die. 22, we got 10, 25, 2, 6, 4. I'm thinking they lose at least half. So, 25 maximum survive. Librarian about to go burr. So, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad for them. No, we don't need a poll for this. We don't need a poll. We don't need a poll, it's just fun to guess. Alright, we'll continue. It's not gonna be good, that's what we're saying.
He was large, 7 feet tall easily, and even taller if one accounted for the rise of his metallic hood. He held a staff in one hand, a glowing, maligned thing which keened in his grip, the sound reverberating within the force like the long, stretched-out echoes of screams long past. The dark side reeked from him. As they drew closer, they could also make out more about Luminara. Though at first it had seemed that she had merely collapsed at his feet, afflicted by unseen agony, it soon became all too clear that her arms and legs had been mercilessly crushed at each joint, leaving her physically helpless. The sight flushed Obi-Wan with rage he was forced to control, hold down. The man could smash Luminara under his foot at any moment, ending any chance to save her.
No, but he wanted to bring them to him. He's like, I gotta get my hands on these guys.
He was no man, Obi-Wan quickly realized. He was a space marine, an Astartes, and whatever it was Anakin thought of them, it was clear as daylight to the Jedi present that this individual did have access to the Force. "Hey, step away from Master Unduli," ordered Seer Junda.
Oh yeah, you
"Slowly,
can't talk to him.
carefully, or you'll get a look at all these lightsabers very close up," added Master Uvil. Obi-Wan had not been able to tell that the Marine's eyes had been closed until he opened them, the metal hood which surrounded his head obscuring the warrior's face in shadow. But once his eyes did open, there was no mistaking it. A blue fire burned there, so brightly that at first the Jedi had mistaken it for another form of augmentation. But what smoldered around the rings of his eyes was not a manifestation of technology, but an omen of true power.
Finally.
The Space Marine rumbled. Luminara suddenly went almost still, her chest rising and falling with ragged breaths, but no longer seized by agony, and the Jedi around them could sense the ability he had been maintaining fall away from her.
You need not fear for her safety.
The warrior assured.
She will still be screaming long after you're all naught but corpses.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm on their side. Ooh. Don't be a heretic, kids. Don't be a heretic, chat. Battle Brothers, you wouldn't be a heretic. Right? You would decide, especially after seeing this, that you would not want to be a heretic. Correct? I'm just checking. Is the Imperial propaganda working? Yeah, you better not be a heretic, especially after hearing those words. Ooh, okay. I would like to update my prediction. 10 of them are leaving the ship of the 47. Updated prediction 10. This is mad. This is very, 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 very bad. Well, I hope you're ready for what's about to happen, because it's gonna be bad.
In fact, I swear to you all this. She will not die, not pass into oblivion, until every last Jedi on this ship has prepared the way for her first.
Oh gosh! Oh my gosh, this is horrible!
Brave words for a man who is surrounded and outnumbered. Master Luminara is a prized warrior of our order.
No,
but
shut up.
defeating her does not mean you can defeat us all.
Shut up.
Said Master Malicos.
No, you're so dumb. You are so dumb. You don't say that. You don't say that. His eyes were closed when you came into the room. He did not even bother to look up from his work. You are so hosed. You're so hosed. This is bad.
Surrender, and you shall be treated fairly. Fight, and you will be captured, and I cannot promise that you will be whole when we do it. He added, activating his second lightsaber, a humming green blade to pair with his main-handed blue blade.
He's gonna die first.
The Marine said nothing for a time, and the silence seemed loud in the interim, heavy on the ear, even past the humming of so many drawn sabers. It was, Obi-Wan thought, as though the Marine was the silence, and even in this, his desire to drown them out was almost deafening, a bloodlust which ran off the Astartes like water running from a spring. And like water, it was filling the room up, subsuming the knights in an aura of menace that made the glow of their sabers seem dirtied and dull.
Do you really?
Asked the Marine out loud, clearly to no one in particular.
This is bad.
Think that I found your master alone?
Obi-Wan felt a cold, creeping dread slither into his guts and spine, feeling the extra saber at his waist grow unexpectedly heavy.
Yep.
He knew it was not Luminara's lightsaber either. It had belonged to one of the knights that had been in her combat force, knights which were not present, or so he had thought. As if in cruel response to the master's thoughts, the blue-clad warrior began to glow. Power billowed into the room through his form, like a closed door into a tranquil home being suddenly thrown open by hurricane winds. An aura of liquid gold suffused the air around him, a halo of burning, writhing energy crowning the warrior in false sunlight, like a saint of some solar religion, or perhaps its god. Indeed, the warrior seemed to swell in size as well, armor and all, becoming not only golden and shining, but even more enormous than before. Steaming rays of light which pained the eye and burned the skin erupted from the Space Marine, and the room was lit more brightly than any other part of the Gothic vessel. Jedi hesitated, flinched, and recoiled, but no attack came, the Marine simply standing where he was.
Your fates are written into the stars, foolish witches.
Said the man, aiming his staff up towards the clear dome above them, further illuminating his grisly handiwork. Most did not see it at first.
I was wondering, like, my brain was like, what is the most cinematic and awful way to display the bodies of the other members? Hang them from the ceiling. I was legit thinking that. And, oh my gosh, oh, the horror. This is, oh my gosh, it's so well written.
Distracted, too engaged with the warrior before them, but Obi-Wan saw right away. Plastered with great force and extreme heat into the clear ceiling above them were the smoldering skeletal remains of the Jedi who had accompanied Master Luminara. They stared, framed between constellations, empty or dead eyes gazing down upon them all.
That's even worse.
Mouths agape and silent screams of warning, desperate but dead shouts to flee, to run, to escape with their lives.
Now, witness the glory of the Emperor,
said the golden, godlike warrior. Take him! Yelled Malicos, throwing himself forward, his order at his side, Obi-Wan following as well.
You're dead first.
through me.
The Space Marine finished, raising his staff into the air and creating yet another blinding flash just as the first sabers reached him. With the breaking of thunder and the scream of lightning, battle was joined.
No, that's so messed up. That is so messed up. Another meeting to stained glass. Oh, that's awful. That's awful. That's horrible. Why would... That is horrible. Absolutely horrible. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Pot calling the kettle black, calling people witches as a librarian. Well, technically, he presumes they're like unsanctioned psychers. Basically. If you're not a psyker for the Imperium and you're not sanctioned, you're basically a witch. Oh my gosh. We still have like an hour and a half. I don't know when... Oh no, is this whole thing? Wait. Okay, we have like another hour. Oh my gosh, I'm absolutely spoiled. Oh, they're so screwed. They're so screwed. Oh my gosh. Please follow Fan.
They are coming.
Let me say it really fast. Please go follow Fan. Because, like, I don't know how more people don't know about these videos. They're fantastic. Please go follow. A fan with too much time, please go follow. This is really good stuff. Please, please, please. Do it.
Said Jedi Master Coda. He pulled the electro-binoculars away from his eyes and handed them back to Master Voss. The Jedi took the device and aimed them down the massive main road which cut between the main spires of Azure City. Through them he could see the encroaching Imperial cultists marching en masse towards the temple. Quinlan felt a cold lump drop into his stomach and expressed the sudden anxiety with a whistle. They really are bringing the big guns, aren't they? He asked, eyes glued to the absolutely massive columns of large vehicles and tanks. From their position at the top of Kellen's spire, Voss had a nearly unimpaired view of the thousands of tanks and tens of thousands of soldiers which were marching and rolling briskly towards Ayla's battlefront. Ram Koda crossed his arms, one leg up on the lip of the short railing, eyes narrowed and focused. Yes, and everyone in the gun depot as well, from the looks of it. I think Master Windu underestimated how badly they would want to preserve that temple, or whatever it is they have inside of it. Might even be that it was their actual HQ all along, he said as Voss watched on. Think the plan will still work? Asked Voss. Koda grinned. Ram Koda had joined the Jedi Order at a staggering 18 years of age, at the behest of Jedi Master Mace Windu.
Oh, wow.
He had grown up on a desolate, war-torn world, fighting for his life since the time he could walk to the moment that Master Windu came to his world and ended the conflict. He refused to command clones. He never ordered frontal charges in all but the most closed situations. And he, more than even Quinlan Voss himself, was an absolute master of conventional urban warfare.
Well, that's
there was
cool.
no other Jedi within the Order more prepared for this kind of war, at least in the mind of Quinlan Voss. Nothing has changed. Is the evacuation complete?
Fan. Oh my gosh. I'm terrified for the Jedi. They are going to die. They're gonna die. It's so bad. We were placing bets as to how many survive, and I'm saying 10 out of the 47. 10 at maximum. I'm guessing it will be less, but I'm saying 10. Of the 47. It's bad. It's bad. Also, very well done. I'm terrified for them. Thank you. It's so bad. Oh my gosh. Oh, the Jedi, they're so arrogant. They're like, that's some talk for someone who's surrounded. He's like, oh, do you think she was alone? And then we're like, oh, that's uncomfortable.
Asked Master Koda. Voss closed his eyes and soon had answers to relay. Almost. Second sweep is nearly done. He said. Koda nodded. And the broadcast? Is everything ready for it? He asked. Voss smiled. Everything is ready to go, soon as you give the word. Koda nodded again, sharper this time, the movement a signal of determination. Then it will work. They could march their own damned emperor down this road and the plan will still work. Voss gave Koda a hard pat on the back. What neither of them were mentioning, but what they were all fully aware of, was just how many of Axum's own population would die from this. It was unavoidable, and the collateral damage was bound to be enormous no matter how they conducted this battle. And yet still, both masters silently wondered if they were on the verge of stepping over a vital line, and if there would be any returning from that if they did. "It will be worth it," Coda said, more to himself than to his contemporary. "I'll deliver Axum back into the hands of the Republic, the whole world, with just this," he added, looking down into his hand at the hollow disc clutched there, and the tremendous responsibility using it would place on him, on all of them. It was making his skin itch. The voices. Were the voices really back? He had thought he was free of them, had been free of them ever since they had entered the new galaxy. Or, at least, he had been mostly free of them.
I'm so sorry.
Sure. But now they were back, yes, and so many, and so confusing. Before, there had been many voices as well, but they had spoken to him, given him orders, made promises, and threats. These new voices, he could not make heads or tails of them.
Oh.
"Hey, Gak, hey," said Panic the medic, snapping his fingers in the Psyker's face as he did. They were all riding within the cabin of the Commissar's Chimera transport, the whole command squad seated nearby. None of them were overjoyed.
Well, if they're in the Commissar's transport and this guy is hearing voices and having a bad time, I am anticipating, the Commissar might have a round with his name on it, let's just say that.
At the prospect of being crammed into an enclosed space with a battle psyker, but Gaxian Krell had proven himself reliable countless times.
He's having a rough day.
Despite his admittedly unhinged personality. Gak's eyes focused as he sat up straighter, seeming dazed for just a second before nodding his head. Yes, I'm fine," he said. Panic narrowed his eyes at that, but nodded his head slowly. As the medic of the team, he was the one person who could scrutinize Gak that way and not come off as being overly cautious or superstitious, though he was undoubtedly both.
Yeah,
If you say so, Gak, but you seemed really out of it just now. What's the matter? You got a bad feeling? Asked Panic. Gak paused and then nodded his head. It's the damn voices, the Psyker admitted. But I thought you said they were gone ever since, started the medic, whispering.
Dun, dun.
I know what I said, Gak blurted, just a bit too loud,
Gak.
drawing some cagey stares from the standard bearer and the ordnance commander who sat nearby. I know what I said, he repeated more calmly now. But they're back, Panic. They're back and weird. Panic paled a little at that, and Gak felt suddenly guilty, burdening the normal with his psychic baggage, but the medic did not back down. Weird how? Like, skin your friends and dress in them weird? He asked.
Ew!
Gak shook his head. No, nothing normal like that. They aren't making any sense, and there's...
The fact that those lines are the normal voices. The normal voices. They're like, oh, I'm used to that weird stuff. Yikes.
So many hundreds at least, the Psyker said, still hearing the whispering chatter slipping and sliding over his thoughts. Well, what is something they say? Just tell me. It can't make no sense.
The bugs
Panic
are under your
insisted.
skin.
Gak paused for a moment. 3 more on floor 812, said Gak. Panic blinked. What?
Is he picking up radio frequencies? Comms chatter? What? It sounds like it's like comms chatter. Huh. Interesting. Because if they're doing a full-scale invasion like this, it makes sense that you can hear if it's comms or... Oh, wait, he's a psyker. He might hear them communicating through the Jedi communicating through the Force. Oh, that could be a huge advantage. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, Gak, you might become a servitor or they might turn you into a machine in order to get all of this incredible data.
He asked. Gak continued.
Floor 604 is clear. Starting second sweep up.
Panic rubbed his chin, eyes almost crossing in confusion.
Are we bringing pets or just people?
Said Gak. Okay, stop, Gak. None of what you're saying makes any sense, Panic said.
What?
Exactly,
Gak said.
It makes even less sense than they normally do, and that can't be good, not considering what's, never mind. Just, it's making me edgy,
said the Psyker. He pulled his force stave.
Because all of the voices were gone when they entered because they weren't around a lot of Jedi. And I guess if you think of it this way, you can't see my hands, but if you have two planes and you have real space and then you have the warp, a lot of Jedi and Psykers focused in one area because they sent like a ton of Jedi here. I imagine it like pulls down like through the warp, and it's easier for him to pick up on those sort of things because the warp is so quiet normally. Ooh boy.
Closer to himself, the psychic focus glowing slightly as he did. The object should have made the whispers of daemons and the malefic dead more silent, but instead it only made them louder. Panic nodded his head and sat back. Well, I can see why. You feel like it's going to be a problem? Asked the medic. Gak shook his head.
No, I mean maybe, but it won't be a problem for me and my abilities if that's what you're asking. But I think these whispers bode ill.
Panic grit his teeth, hoping the Psyker was wrong, but knowing well enough to understand he probably wasn't. Gak's career may not have started off as impressive as that of some, but his accomplishments over the decades had earned him a respect few Psykers could manage to attain. Ever since the Great Jump, Gak had only seemed more in control, more powerful even. But there were forces in the universe which made even the power wielded by a Primaris Psyker seem minuscule in comparison. The very idea of encountering such a thing here, now, attacking the Basilica itself, was chilling in the extreme. From the sounds of it, the daemons themselves are running their own operations, even as we run ours. Panic said, only half joking. After all,
so close
there
to the
weren't
truth.
any such things as daemons, right? Gax's face did not reflect his answering chuckle, as if the possibility of that being exactly the case was far too large to discount as a superstitious joke. They rode in silence for a time then, and throughout all that time, Gax's mind seemed either unwilling or unable to release Panic's last words from his mind. Then realization struck him like a blow to the face, and his eyes widened in sudden dismay.
Stop the Chimera!
Gak yelled, shooting up in his seat, making all the passengers around him flinch back. Commissar Terrandor looked back from his command seat underneath the turret, eyes fierce as he thumbed the holster of his bolt pistol. But even this subtle act, one which would normally force any Psyker to halt dead in their tracks, failed to impact Gak enough to stop him from smacking the large red button which opened the back hatch.
What in the Emperor's damned shit do you think you're doing, Gaxian? Sit back down before I put you down!
Started the Commissar, already beginning to stand up from his seat. Gak did not wait for him to finish his threat, jumping out the back of the still-moving Chimera and hitting the hard, smooth floor of the avenue with a hard thunk, stave landing right beside him. He hissed and reached for the focus, grasping it greedily and hugging it to himself, before looking up at the oncoming Chimera that had been traveling behind his own. It swerved to avoid him, hitting the leftmost elevated barrier which separated the massive suspended road from the near 1,000-foot drop to the true surface of Axum. The barrier was cracked, but held firm, though that did not stop the officer stationed inside the vehicle from popping the hatch and poking his head out angrily. "What is going on here? Guardsmen, are you high?" he accused, face bright red at the sudden intrusion, clearly unholstering his own last pistol until he was able to recognize that Gak was no traditional guardsman. Gak paid him no heed at all, eyes wide, frantic, looking around, first at the vehicles and soldiers near him, and then up and away at the surrounding city spires. His act had succeeded in halting the transport column, which slowly brought most things to a halt around it. Leman Russ battle tanks squealed and hissed as they rolled to a stop. Guardsmen marching in tight, proud ranks halting to look at the commotion. Hydra battle tanks stopping their treads, even as their active anti-air flak cannons continued to sweep and scan for hostiles. But it was not their thoughts he was hearing. No, they were too weak, guttering flames in the dark of the warp, not bright enough to navigate a stream of piss to the ground, much less loud enough to intrude into his thoughts. Normally it was only the daemons who could even attempt such things, burning themselves against his mind wards and soul-binding aegis to whisper temptations into his ear. But if not daemons, and not the normal men around him, then... Yaxian! The Psyker spun at the call, coming to face his own stopped chimera and the enraged form of Commissar Terrandor. Bolt pistol in hand, though not raised, the man was storming towards the Psyker, his eyes promising a throttling at least, his weapon suggesting worse was not out of the question. Terrandor! Gak said, as if only seeing him now for the first time that day. He came towards the man, arms outstretched, almost as if to embrace him. There, right here, right in the block, the Psyker started to say before Terrandor whipped him across the face with the butt of his pistol.
What the
Gak
heck,
took
man?
the blow hard, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, leaning as if to fall, and then hanging unnaturally in the air before resuming his former posture, blood still trickling down his face and lips. But his expression, that of a man who noticed no pain save that of his panic. That, more than anything else, got the Commissar taking him seriously.
What are you talking about, Krell? Who is here?
The Commissar demanded, looking around quickly before redirecting his eyes back to the Psyker.
They! The enemy!
Gak said, eyes wide and wild.
Gak saving
The
everyone
toy
here.
soldiers?
Terrandor pressed, but Gak shook his head.
No, nothing so mundane. It's their masters, my lord. The masters of the Republic have come. They are surrounding us even now. They are...
Gak was cut off as the ground suddenly jumped and quaked a couple of inches, enough to shake several milling guardsmen to the ground. The planet around them seemed to start groaning under their very feet, the deep sound drowning everything else out.
What is happening?
Gak saw more than heard the Commissar say. Though he knew his response would not be heard either, he gave it anyway as he began to draw upon his power, all of his power, and all of the power around him that was not his, for he knew that he would need all of it in mere seconds.
They are attacking. They have ordered the planet itself against us, and the planet is listening.
What does that mean? Oh my gosh. Oh. Looks like I have more videos to check out. Okay, I'll have to look into those.
Marshal Dovin, there is a message coming across the Xenos channels. It's planet-wide, sir,
said the tech adept from his sunken alcove in the command center. Everything was dark there, the room lit by little more than the green hololith displays and the screens that the staff used to receive and relay orders and information. The place was bustling despite the lack of light. Uniformed bodies of both the Imperial military and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus working and moving over the wire-laden floors, clustered control panels, and the many purity seals and holy scriptures adhered onto the ceilings and walls by lavish red wax. "Nothing over the box?" asked the Marshal, standing near the center of the room, leaning over a hololithic table that showed him a display of the entire planet, lit in flickering green. Around its surface pulsed various icons, those in blue representing his forces and those in red the enemy. They had all landed near the Basilica of Salvation, something he had not expected they would know anything about. That level of intelligence disturbed him, and it, along with his broadcast, reinforced to him how little they understood the travel and communications capacity of their new enemies. The tech adept craned his head back and shook it no. "All right then, patch it through. Let us see what the softies are saying." The adept nodded and began tapping away. Soon enough, a previously inactive hololith flicked to life and displayed the image of a man, a Jedi general, face scarred and body dressed in the battle plate of this weak republic. He stood confidently, his face composed of a determined expression which told the Marshal this message meant nothing good. People of Axum, citizens of the Azure lineage, defenders of the Sapphire Gate into the core, we have come, he said. We are here, in all our strength, to free you from these killers, madmen, and tyrants. The Jedi Order has come, as promised, to defend the gate. Even now we fight. We wage liberating war against the enemies of our venerable republic. Enemies which make the pitiful Confederates seem like Minox in comparison.
Oh, gosh.
We will fight, and we will die, but we may not be able to do this alone. The man held out the hilt of his weapon and activated the saber. So I call now on you, honored guardians of the Republic, you whose lineages stretch back to those most ancient wars when all that stood between order and chaos was the Sapphire Gate at Axum. You who still honor your histories and shrines within your homes, who care for and look after weapons tens of thousands of years old. Now is the time to use those weapons again, to honor those shrines with service in place of sentiment.
Yikes.
By the end of this day, Axum will be liberated from the Empire. Whether the credit for that liberation goes to the warriors of this worthiest of worlds is yours to decide.
Ooh.
Rise, Axum. The Jedi have come, and now we are waiting. The transmission ended. Holy Throne. Contact all other installations and fortresses planet-wide. Tell them to expect heavy resistance from the civilian population in a short amount of time. Tell them—
Marshal!
cried out one of the comms officers.
Battle Group Alpha, who was heading to relieve the siege at the Basilica of Salvation, they've encountered a problem, sir.
The Marshal scowled.
Spit it out, Lieutenant. What is the problem?
He ordered. The lieutenant simply paled and attempted to speak, but only managed to mouth gibberish. The Marshal grit his teeth, waiting until it became clear the man was too flummoxed by what he was hearing to do his duty. He looked over at his second, who snapped a salute and marched over to the comms officer, knocking the man unconscious with an uppercut to his jaw and yanking the headset off of his lolling skull. She kneeled to follow him as he slumped, taking his weight as she pressed the earpiece of the headset to her ear. Though her stern expression did not change, she also seemed to lose color in her face.
Ooh.
She barked a few orders to clarify the situation into the headset, but whatever answers she was getting were evidently not satisfying her.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Marshal turned back to the hololith globe of Axum, manipulating the display to look at the line of blue icons which represented the regimental units and commanders that made up Battle Group Alpha. He felt his chest cool and then burn as, one by one, in a line leading from forward to back, the icons began to vanish from the map.
What the feck is happening out there? Report!
He barked.
Oh,
he
that's
looked back
bad.
toward his second in command, but she simply shook her head, still kneeling as she took the headset off. There was only screaming, sir. Screaming and then silence, she said.
Gruck shit!
He accused, punching the console before
Just
him, making
screaming?
it flicker
Oh,
and
gosh.
causing the tech adepts to flinch.
They must have said something. What was it?
He demanded. She bit her lip, but then nodded. There were 2 words I could understand, just before it was cut off.
And?
He prompted. The spires, she said.
The spires?
He asked. She nodded, standing
Oh,
straight.
no.
The spires.
That is not good.
The spires! The spires are falling! They're falling onto the battle group! Sanctus Command, do you read?
Oh,
Sanctus
that's
Command!
vicious.
Lieutenant Carver screamed into his Vox headset as he stared, eyes wide, at the avenue stretching out before him. The front of their entire combat force was stretched out there. Taurox and Chimera troop carriers ferrying Oghren shock troops and vaunted Traxian special forces and breaching squads, each rolling ahead of a powerful battle tank and many support vehicles. This proud spearhead was backed by the divine treads of an Imperial Baneblade super heavy tank.
Baneblade.
The thing was a literal fortress, nearly undefeatable in battle. But this was no battle. Though all the spires were shaking, collapsing, they were collapsing from the front first, falling in a wave towards the back lines. The gleaming
Yikes.
towers of metal and glass smashed into the elevated roadways, vehicles exploding under the sudden impacts, rumbling shudders sending scores of men to their knees as more and more of the surrounding architecture continued to buckle. The avenue they were using to traverse the planet-spanning city was shattering beneath their very feet. A hand grabbed the lieutenant from behind, shoving him back into the Chimera. After making sure the lieutenant was in a seat, Panic turned back to face his commissar and their companion Psyker. The two of them were running back, though only the commissar ran into the open door. Gak remained outside. Panic took his arm, but Gak pulled away, eyes
Gak.
shining.
Gak,
Gak,
you a hero.
what are you doing? Panic yelled past the clamor.
Gaxian, get your ass in here, you sorry bastard!
The commissar roared
Be
right
a hero,
after.
Gak.
I can't!
Said Gak.
This is the reason the Emperor took the voices away. This is the reason I was here. I could not prevent this from happening, but I can save you. I can save the Imperium.
The Psyker's eyes were wide, watery,
Oh,
wild,
Gak.
and completely luminous. Panic didn't know what to say, what words to use to get him back inside the Chimera right now. And then he didn't have to. Commissar Terendor nodded stiffly.
Fine, die well, Gak, and do not fail.
He said, jogging back to his command seat and climbing into it. Then, the Commissar said something Panic never in his wildest dreams thought he would ever hear. Terendor took the Voxcaster's microphone into his hand and yelled into it, addressing all the vehicles and guardsmen still standing stunned in their vicinity.
What are you dogs waiting for? Retreat!
He then looked back towards Panic, his customary vicious scowl fully on his face.
Seal it!
He ordered. Panic did so, almost as a reflex, hitting the red button that began to close the doors. He surprised himself, feeling moisture wet his eyes as he looked
No,
at
not
Gax's
Gak.
bloody, smiling face. Was it sorrow that brought tears to him, or admiration? The medic didn't know, but he burned the image of Gak into his mind, watching with the last moments before the steel and ceramite replaced the face of his friend. Psyker though he was, here at the end, Panic knew that they had been friends, not just comrades in arms, but
Aw.
brothers. He
Whoa.
felt shame fill him to bursting. Why had he never said it? Why had he never acknowledged it? Had it been his fear
Brother.
of betrayal, or his pride not allowing him to admit such a thing to a Psyker? Whatever it was, he swore it would never hold sway on him again. Not for so long as he continued to fight and draw breath. He took a seat and strapped himself in, clasping his hands together around the holy aquila he wore around his neck, and prayed. Emperor guide you home, my friend.
Get him, Gak. Get him, get him.
Gak watched the Chimera as it pulled around, running down two fleeing guardsmen who had been too slow to scatter from its path as it drove full speed back towards the command bunker.
Yikes.
They would not make it. None of them would. That was why he was needed. Why the Emperor had placed him here. He grinned and spat out some part of his teeth, wincing as he turned back to face the collapsing series of spires. What he saw surprised him. The Baneblade was still alive. It had
Yes!
evidently gone into full reverse before the first spire had even slammed down, rolling over the Lehman Russ battle tanks which had been behind it, as well as literally everything else. It still was, and the Psyker watched as entire tank crews leapt out of their vehicles, throwing themselves aside and only sometimes succeeding in escaping the path of the fleeing behemoth.
Yikes.
It was a spirited attempt at an escape, and Gak could see that the columns of smoke which poured from the exhaust ports of the tank were thicker than was normal, signaling the stress of the vehicle as it hauled itself at nearly twice its standard speed.
Yeah.
11 barrels of devastation firing forward into the collapsing spires as the tank rolled back, using even the recoil of its guns to boost its speed. But it would still not be fast enough.
But that is why I am here!
Gak shrieked. He had been gathering power all this time, absorbing the warp around him into himself, expecting to destroy his body and mind in the process. But to his shock, his utter amazement, the warp was smooth, pliant. There were sharp edges, as always, but they were dull in comparison to what he was used to managing. Temptations rose in his mind, thoughts he had rarely had himself, now rising from within as opposed to without.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be fantastic. It's going to be like in the Imperium, he was like training at elevation. He was training at elevation in the Imperium, and now he's at sea level. And boy, is it gonna suck for everyone else.
Bring temptations aside with his true voice, a voice strengthened by his utter faith in the Emperor and in the Imperium.
If I am a god, then let me do this one thing, and then fall forever!
He screamed into the air,
buddy.
power ripping out of him, blowing the purity seals and hexagrammic wards off of his armor, and then out of his very flesh in gouts, truly jets of blue psychic fire. He was drawing in too much. He knew that, but he meant the words he spoke, even as he continued to speak.
For there can only be one true god, the Emperor, and none other. If I am a master of this power, then let me serve the master of masters with it.
Arcs of warp energy coursed through him, bright enough that fleeing guardsmen gave him wide berth as they fled the collapse. His arms spread wide as he sucked in the very last amount he could, the very limit of his limit. Then he clasped his hands forward and began to pray. With each word, he took the power he had gathered and focused it, compressed it. He felt his eyes starting to smolder, felt the rest of his teeth cracking under the pressure, but he did not halt, the pain becoming part of his power.
From the blasphemy of the fallen, our Emperor deliver us. From the beginning of demons, our Emperor deliver us. From the curse of the mutant, our Emperor deliver us. We beseech that thou wouldst bring the foe only death, that thou shouldst spare none, that thou shouldst pardon none. We beseech thee, destroy
them. E morte perpetua, Domine, libra nos.
At that final utterance, he extended his hands forward, and the power exploded out from him. The spire that would crush the Baneblade was already falling, had already begun to do so as its edge crunched into the topmost turret of the venerated super-heavy tank. But it went no further. Moments later, the tank burst from the wall of the building, which was held aloft in the air, gripped by the terrible thrall of Gak's power alone. And not just that spire. All of the spires that had been falling beyond that point were held frozen, suspended in time and space like detailed features within a massive resin diorama.
Gak is killing it!
However, Gak was not truly godlike, his mind only moving so quickly when burdened with such force. And so he was grateful for the staggered pattern in which the towers seemed to be falling, giving him just enough time to catch and stop one set on either side of the road before moving on
Gak
to catch
is so
the next
OP.
pair. The power rolling out of the man was visible only through the distortions which filled the air, as if all he touched with it were swaddled in desiccating heat. Soldiers swarmed around and past him, tanks and other vehicles narrowly avoiding him, able to see him by virtue of the luminous power which wreathed him. Many died, some shoved off the sides of the road as the ranks choked the path of the avenue, but many more were trampled, and or outright crushed by their comrades or the escaping vehicles, many of which had no qualms about at least attempting to run through the throngs of guardsmen in their attempts to get out from under the enemy trap. Most vehicles managed to crash or cram themselves into each other and were abandoned or crushed as the Baneblade continued to melt itself, burning with an effort far beyond its design as it approached Gak. Closer and closer it
Don't
came,
run over
making
Gak.
no move to veer around him, the massive weapons platform lacking the space to even try, with Gak standing so
Unless it's going... Okay, well, Gak is in the middle and it's massive. Got it, okay.
close to the center of the road. Gak took a quaking step to the left, but ceased his attempt at an evasion when the buildings began to shake, nearly resuming their fall. The concentration, the focus required to
Oh my
keep
gosh,
all
Gak
of
is
this
gonna
power
die.
bent to his design.
'Cause they're
It
gonna
was
run him
all
over with
that
the
he could manage
tank.
without risking everything and everyone that was left.
Oh
Besides,
my gosh.
even if he were of the caliber of a space marine librarian, even then, he doubted he would have been able to do much better when it came to movement. The power thrumming within and without him was destroying him, ripping his very DNA apart and powderizing his flesh and bone. He knew not whether he was even still intact enough to actually stand, or if he, like the towers falling all around him, was held up only by the eldritch power of his mind.
Witness my life, oh Emperor!
He said, spraying
Yeah.
sand-like shards of teeth from his lips with each utterance.
Ooh,
The Baneblade was almost upon him now, and he hoped that it would be enough, that it would succeed in escaping with the time he had bought after he was not but paced beneath it. As it approached, it shook the ground so hard it racked Gak's body with agony, nearly throwing him to the floor.
Ooh.
Judge me worthy!
He cried out as the shadow of the tank enveloped him, closing his eyes tightly. But then another force took hold. A potent, though not nearly as potent, power grasped the back of Gak's tattered tunic and tossed him skyward several feet. And then again, and again. It took Gaxian several moments to realize that the source of the force lifting him was bone and muscle, and not anything so esoteric as his own strength. He squinted open his sunken, blood-filled eyes, barely able to make out the form of a blocky, exaggerated face looking down at him.
What?
The man he saw was sporting an enormous chin, a buzz cut, and two wide, black eyes filled with concern. A red bandana tied around his forehead, bearing
Catachan?
the golden sign of the Aquila, told Gak he was looking at the face of a friend, and his mind, so near death, floundered to even begin to answer how he was still alive, or who this even was.
Dude, they just yoinked him.
Sly Marbo!
The broken psyker muttered.
It's freaking slime marble. Slime Marbo is here! Hang on, I'm turning the redeem on for 2 seconds. There you go, there you go. There you go, feel free to spam Slime Marbo for a second. Slime freaking Marbo! Freaking Slime Marbo is here, what the heck? Yes, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Okay, I'm turning it off now. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Sly freaking Marbo is here. What the heck? No one told me he was here. The Emperor's wingless angel. He is the Emperor's best boy. I was like, are we looking at like Chad Emperor? Like, is this a meme? It is still a meme. Yes, my posture is checked. I sat up as soon as like I heard it was like Sly Marbo. Beautiful, beautiful. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10. I love it. I love it so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the Imperium's gonna win. Now that we have they have Slime Marbo, that's it. Republic, toast. Absolutely toast. As if it wasn't clear before, toast. Incredible. Incredible. I need to go back and listen to that again because that was too good.
One that floundered to even begin to.
I'm so happy. Because I thought someone just like yoinked him up like a mama, like a cat. A mama cat picks up its like baby, is like yoink, just like that. But that's so good. All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
To answer how he was still alive or who this even was.
Slime Marbo?
I had to go back farther. Sorry. Whoop. Oh, it goes back 5 seconds. I thought it was 10.
Out the form of a blocky, exaggerated face looking down at him. The man he saw was sporting an enormous chin, a buzz cut, and 2 wide black eyes filled with concern.
Oh
a
my
red bandana
gosh.
tied around his forehead, bearing the golden sign of the Aquila, told Gak he was looking at the face of a friend, and his mind, so near death, floundered to even begin to answer how he was still alive, or who this even was.
Goodness.
Slime Marbo?
The broken psyker muttered, naming the greatest legend of the guard, surely the man who had saved his life, if temporarily.
Sly?
Said the man above him, his voice deep and full of confusion.
No. Strong.
So he was just imagining it. It was just an ogre, but still, I love that moment. I love that moment. That was hilarious. I still love that, even if it's not Sly. I'm still very happy. That was wonderful.
Runk strong. No very sly.
He said, even blushing at the mention of the last admission. An Ogryn. He was looking up at an Ogryn. Reaching out with his mind, Gak used some of his remaining strength to get a sense for what had happened and what was happening as he lay within the massive arms of the childlike Imperial soldier.
That's so funny.
As he was carried over to someone else, the wind blowing and tugging against the patches of his falling hair, Gax touched the minds around him and was elucidated. As it turned out, many soldiers had been quite averse to being run down by the Bane Blade as it left a bloody wake of man paste in its path. And many had chanced jumping onto it. Most had failed, but among those that succeeded was a group of Ogryns. The massive abhumans taking it upon themselves to then hang from the front and sides of the tank, scooping up soldiers and officers and tossing them up onto the body of the vehicle.
Yes! I love
the Bane
these guys.
Blade was so large that it took 2 Ogryns tossing from one to the next to get someone safely out from in front of the tank. And the Ogryns, not naturally being given over to coordination, had not kept the best track record of catching their passes, sending more than a few soldiers screaming back into the treads or careening off the side of the tank.
Well,
they had managed to get plenty of practice on their way to him, however, and that had proven sufficient to save him, it seemed. Of course, Ogryns couldn't tie a knot, or untie one for that matter, so the idea to scale the tank and help others to do so as well was obviously not their own. Runk lowered Gak to the rumbling surface of the speeding tank, and the mastermind behind the maneuver was revealed.
The
Psyker managed to breathe. Silence, Psyker, she said, kneeling beside him, though more to keep her balance than to offer any comfort. Still, despite her words, her tone was not unkind.
I bet you she is the nicest lady to the Ogryns. Commissar Ogryns are like... I mean, they're kind of hit or miss, but like... I'm sure the Ogryns love her.
Runk kept him cradled in his arms, trying his genuine best to keep the rattling and shaking to a minimum. Gak could see past Runk's head, the towers falling again, but only just starting to fall, still crumbling. You have done your service, no, far above your service today, so save what strength you have, she ordered. Gak attempted a nod, but his neck cramped painfully, and it
Yeah.
did not respond in any
You're
case.
gonna need a couple days.
He didn't bother explaining to the commissar that it would not matter, that he was falling to pieces even then.
After all, defying a commissar is grounds for immediate execution.
I
He
guess
thought
it
to
is,
himself
technically.
with an inner chuckle as his mind drifted away, his very being gradually dissolving.
Gak, you've done your Emperor proud. That was fantastic. Yes, 10 out of 10.
The spires evacuated, the integrity fields shut down, and the supports sliced by lightsabers. There was only one thing left to do. For some of the spires, this was not necessary, their superstructures starting to buckle and fold even as the sabotaging Jedi escaped them, leaping from windows and balconies onto nearby stable buildings. But for most of the spires, their architecture, elegant but rugged, could and would stand for hours more before succumbing to the damage done to them. And so the knights had divided into two groups, each composed of little more than 1,000 Jedi each, who stood on either side of the avenue.
I'm sorry, I
reaching out with
can't focus after that wonderful story we just got. I can't focus. I don't care what the Jedi are doing. I miss Gak. I miss Gak already. Love that guy. That was wonderful. Oh my gosh.
the force to push on the buildings, hastening their collapse. As one pair began to fall, the Jedi would move to the next and push, repeating the process again and again. At first, everything seemed to be going according to plan. Altogether, the pushing was easy, and the effectiveness of their trap was obvious even before the first tower fell. The Imperials literally trampling and killing each other in their rabid attempts to escape inevitable death. And then came the disturbance. Quinlan Voss and the others had been very nearly staggered by it, and some of the younger Jedi actually lost their footing despite the lack of actual physical shaking to make them fall.
Ooh.
A presence within the Force suddenly sprang into notice, and then swelled to such a magnitude that it left even Voss speechless,
Gag.
eclipsing all other emanations he had ever sensed within the Force. Such power, said Jedi Knight Khandra, visibly shivering and stepping back. Hold fast, said Ram Koda, stepping forward, as if to counteract her hesitation with his own determination. Still, even Ram had a hard time masking his awe. As all the falling towers, every single one, began to freeze in midair as they fell. Nearly all were stunned, completely overwhelmed by the demonstration of power and mastery.
Dude.
What kind of desperation could lead to such skill? What manner of training or experience lent itself to this kind of exertion? Hey,
It's called
snap-
you have to train in the Imperium in the warp over there where everything's messed up and you do one little thing and demons can take your soul. And now here, it's like playing in a sandbox. Still, he absolutely burnt himself to a crisp. Okay, I'm so sorry. I will be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. And I want to focus this whole time, but I can't focus. So, I will be back in like 1 maybe 2 minutes. It's skitter time. If that helps. If that makes you feel better. It's time to skitter. Okay? I'll be right back. Okay? Right back. Get water, go to the bathroom, do whatever you got to do. Be right back. Meh. Oh, the skitters. The skitters make me laugh. Okay. Ready? Thank you for your patience. Steal all the death sticks at Amasek. Wow. Wow. What are you trying to do to my legion here?
Out of it. The next one, and the next one. Whoever that is, they can't hold them all up, Voss ordered. He punched Coda's shoulder, and the master nodded. Right. Keep going, he agreed. And so they did, both groups of Jedi resuming their pattern, pushing on each pair of buildings until they began to fall, and then moving on to the next, even as the power they were contending with matched them at each step. Should we push against it? Asked Jedi Knight Zubane and Konori. No, the weight of the towers will be enough. We will conserve our strength while this, whatever it is, spends itself holding the spires, said Master Coda. The other Jedi agreed, and when at last the final set of towers were made to fall, the Jedi stood in their thousands atop the adjoining spires, watching on as the rout continued.
Thousands.
By now, all the towers were falling again, the power which held them up having finally failed, to the relief of all the Jedi assembled.
Yeah, I'd be nervous
Still,
too.
It had been enough for the most massive of the assembled war machines, some kind of comedically enormous tank, to narrowly escape the crushing fall of the towers and the yawning chasm which swallowed the road which fell beneath it. Many of the vehicles, including the super heavy tank in question, halted as soon as they felt they were safe, lingering in the shadow of the towers the Jedi now stood atop. Soldiers massed and turned around the rumbling hulks and support vehicles, some still running, some now milling or waiting for orders. Ram Coda and Quinlan Voss stared down upon them. So many had died, by far the vast majority of them, and yet so many remained to die still. Voss felt old instincts, callings of the dark side he had faced and barely overcome in the past, echoing within him now. Looking around at his fellow Jedi, all standing sentinel at the lip of the building, thousands of feet above their foes, he could see that they, too, struggled with the same darkness, for even the contemplation of what they must now do was a shadow on their honor. But as they stood atop that spire, Axum's sun casting their shadows long as the icy wind howled around them and tore at their robes, not a single one voiced or sent any objection. The tank first, anything that fights back after, and then everything else, said Master Coda. The Jedi, all of the Jedi, nodded and activated their sabers. For freedom! For Axum and Anaxis! For the Republic! Yelled Voss. The Jedi roared in response, and as one they leapt from the spire, falling from the sky in a cascade of sabers, becoming a rain of searing, burning, and slicing death.
That's not good. I was worried that was the end. I was like, oh, I could have waited that long.
The Senate sat in shocked silence, their faces lit by the soundless holographic display that played itself in obscene size and detail before them all, projected into the very center of the Senate. In each eye, human, near human, and utterly alien, reflected the tortures of the people of Axum. The same cruelties that Hondo had showed to the Jedi now revealed in plain sight to the entire Senate.
Oh yeah, that's
bad. As the
bad.
last of the horror-inducing displays played itself out and faded, a single floating platform carrying two figures drifted out to the center.
For this reason have the Jedi deployed. From disdain for the process, the decision was not made. Out of our duty as keepers of the peace did we act. To hasten you, our intention it was not. To save Axum and Anaxis is where our goal now lies,
said one of the two, the diminutive Grand Master of the Jedi Order, Master Yoda. For a time, no one responded, but eventually some sense was collected and a challenge posed. Well, how can you assert that?
You are our generals, not just peacekeepers. You cannot just... Started Senator Saam, but even he lacked the strength to continue his contention. No, the voice of relative dissent came not from an expected avenue, not this time. This time, it came from Chandrilla's representative. I accept your reasoning, Master Yoda. I agree that something must be done, and that this deadlock aids none of us. However, I refuse to willingly cede yet more power to the Chancellorship. There must be another way, insisted Mon Mothma. And there is, said the second figure of the center platform. Padme stood, using her seat to aid her stability, clearly heavily pregnant. In normal times, the revelation of her mysterious pregnancy would have been all anyone could talk about. Now, such a detail, when put to contrast against a larger situation, inspired only curiosity from the most vain, disconnected, or mindlessly ambitious. In spite, or perhaps because of this, she spoke with a more powerful conviction than she had in the previous meetings, many of which she had missed entirely. We are not bound by one way of doing things. We need a commander who can lead this war without obstruction, but one whose empowerment does not threaten the systems of our republic. Systems which are already strained as they are now, she said. What do you suggest, Senator Amidala? Asked the Supreme Chancellor, his own platform rising from below to hover near her own. I propose we vote on an amendment to the Security Act in order to reinstate the position of Supreme Commander. And with those words, the debates within the Senate were rejoined in full. Palpatine scowled, but then, slowly, allowed his expression to melt. Perhaps, just perhaps, the young Amidala had just found the perfect way to proceed forward. It would be a gamble, to be sure, but if he could leverage this into a compromise, then it would become possible to salvage his empire. With a nod, Palpatine signaled for Mas Amata to silence the floor. My friends, I think we can all agree that the senator from Naboo raises an interesting idea for us to consider. As I have said from the start, I do not seek this position or these powers for myself, but for the good of the Republic. If it would be better served now with a shedding of some of that power, I am far from one who would refuse the act, said the Supreme Chancellor. Murmurs erupted at that. Both Senator Amidala and Supreme Chancellor Palpatine held vast and varied loyalties within the Senate. If the two of them chose to cooperate and collaborate on anything, it would be nearly impossible to stop them. Many all around the room realized with icy shock that they may very well be at the end of the weeks of deadlock which had crippled the Republic. Deadlock that, an hour ago, had seemed more entrenched and certain than ever before. However, said Palpatine, we must work out just one detail. How would such an individual be chosen? He asked. Padme smiled. She was a canny one, and knew the rhythms and flows of politics, charisma, and dealing better than most. The fact that her morality had remained so pristine was nearly a miracle unto itself, but it was also, in Palpatine's mind, a terminal weakness, for it made her predictable.
Oh no.
Padme was in love with Anakin, was pregnant with his children, the Chancellor knew. She proposed this not only to save the Republic, but to enable aid to her beloved knight, one
Oh no, this is bad!
who was in the midst of battle even now. That meant she wanted this to be decided now, and it could be, but she would need to offer him a deal he would not refuse. I think a simple and traditional process would serve us best, she said in response. You will nominate your choices for the position, and we in the Greater Senate shall vote to recognize them. Would this satisfy the Chancellorship? Palpatine hid his smile. There it was, the offer. So reasonable, so balanced, and yet it was exactly what he needed.
Oh no.
I think that would be more than acceptable. And in fact, I already have a nominee in mind. One I think most of us will agree would be a more than fitting general to take the position of Supreme Commander.
Oh no. Oh no. This is bad.
The Supreme Chancellor said.
But before that, let us call a vote on this amendment. I assume you have it drafted? Asked the Dark Lord of the Republic. Padme nodded, pressing a button on the console before her and projecting the text of the amendment before the Senate. It is right here. We can review it in detail and then vote right away, she said. The Senate murmured, but Palpatine smiled and nodded.
Wow.
Yes, let us begin so that we may take the vote quickly. Rejoice, my fellows. This is the fruit of our labor, the virtue of our system, he said with raised hands, signaling to his supporters where his weight lay. Several cheered, many not among Palpatine's personal sycophants, and Palpatine had to control himself not to burst out into laughter.
Oh, no.
I love democracy, he muttered, the microphone of his platform somehow failing to record and broadcast his sardonic musings to his many, many pawns.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's brutal. Congratulations. You played yourself. I feel so bad for her. She's such a savvy lady. Oh my gosh. How long is the next episode? 40 minutes. We could do 40 minutes. 40 minutes, we could do the next episode. This one? So this is shorts. And I'm assuming these are in the order they should be, because Fan put these together. So, watch this next one. One more. Oh, scared me. Not Fan, just going, yes. Not you just being like, I'm excited. Yes, I am addicted. I'm addicted to this now. Let's just say I was addicted first time we streamed this. Bucket.
Come on, Doc. It's getting late. I'm not sure I've ever had a field watch that lasted as long as whatever you're doing right now, the Clone Guardian groaned. He lightly dinged his helmeted head against the metal cover over one of the many arrayed supercomputing ports that were lined up, going out for miles in either direction. They were stacked in rows, with hallway space between them for engineers and technicians to access them. Dr. Sheena ignored Bucket, working from her chair, which she had parked nearly within one of the maintenance alcoves.
Tell me, Aurelia, have I ever told you the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise? No, I've never heard of that story. You must tell me more. Never heard a single thing about it ever. Tell me, Fan. And Farouche, thank you so much for resubscribing. You've been here for 7 months. That's quite a while. So thank you for being here.
Doc, I'm starving over here. Can you at least explain to me what you've been doing for the last, 12 hours? I'm not used to being around someone not talking to them. Bucket whined. Sheena took a deep breath, first in and then slowly out. Though her fingers did not cease their tapping, and her eyes, bloodshot and intense, did not blink. Before her were data streams and hollow access points, each laid out and scrolling past at simultaneous interludes which she had set. 8 of her digital proxies were maneuvering within the system, operating at various levels, and all at her direction. Currently, all of them were occupied, each one engaging with the security system of the Senate's communications record cache in one way or another.
I've been trying to slice into the Supreme Chancellor's private communications history.
She murmured, dry eyes darting. Bucket slumped at the news and shook his head. Why? Don't you work for the Chancellor? He asked.
We all work for the Supreme Chancellor,
the doctor said, dismissing the comment with barely a thought. Bucket crossed his arms and shook his head more vehemently. I mean, you work with the Supreme Chancellor directly, right? Can't you just ask him to let you see? He suggested.
Yes and no.
She almost paused and found herself laughing. It's the first time she'd laughed in days. But the laughter was not of a genuine sort.
It's because I work with him that I know that would never work. Sure, he will placate me, maybe show me something he wants me to see, but if it's something he doesn't want people to know, then I won't see it. At best, I'll be deceived. At worst, well, he'll know I know something about something he doesn't want me to know, and I'd rather not make an open enemy of my employer, much less the Supreme Chancellor.
Yes.
She said.
She right.
Bucket tilted his head. And the way you are choosing to not make an enemy of the Supreme Chancellor is by illegally slicing into his holo records.
Shh, don't worry about it, man.
Sheena nodded.
Don't worry
More or
about
less.
She said. But then why even bother? If he finds out you did this, you'll be his enemy no matter what you find. Even if you find nothing, Bucket said. Dr. Sheena nodded and licked some sweat off of her upper lip. She knew that. Of course she knew that. Her heart was beating so fast and had been for all of these 12 hours. She felt exhausted, but nothing she felt now could compare to what she'd felt back on the Honor Hound. Nothing could scare as much as that thing she had seen. That thing that had killed Renfi, killed Gaffin, and everyone else on that ship.
I wonder if Gaffin is still alive, personally.
Human. She was sure of it. It had been too large, too powerful. Its eyes still blazed, still watched her from her memory, burning, kindling, judging.
Ooh.
Its last words whispered to her in her dreams, in her idle moments, in the maw of silence.
I am the angel of death, and I have come to render judgment.
Oh.
The natural question then, of course, was, for what? Judgment about what? What was it judging, and why? Why had it judged them all worthy of death? She had that answer already, yet well, she knew why. She did not know why. Doc? Asked the clone bodyguard.
Bucket, do you remember what happened right before the battle? There was a situation. One of the enemy ships had come out of hyperspace right in front of the fleet and ahead of its own forces. It was a huge ship.
She said. Bucket nodded, the back of his helmet clinking against the casing he leaned against. Though she did not turn to watch him, fingers still in a frenzy, eyes still wide as she worked. I remember, he said.
And then something happened. One of our ships broke ranks. Do you remember that?
She asked, her voice a breathless
that was kind
whisper,
of weird,
as though she feared
it?
she might be overheard. Bucket nodded again. Yeah, I remember that. Captain Kraken lost his mind and suicide rammed the enemy's ship. We were almost part of the group sent to help evacuate the wreckage. If we'd been... well, then we would have been in trouble, he said.
Good. I'm glad you know that much, but do you know which ship Kraken used to do it?
She asked. The clone shrugged as he answered. Well?
A big one.
I guess it would be his ship. The Honor Hound, he started to say, trailing off, already realizing that made no sense.
It wasn't.
She confirmed for him.
It was a new ship, a modified Venator called the Belajor, which was given over to Renfi just before the mission began. That ship was personally gifted to him by Supreme Chancellor Palpatine.
Well, that's odd. I guess,
Oh.
Bucket said. Sheena nodded, tapping roughly against the glass keys of her chair-mounted console.
It gets odder. I was on the bridge when it all happened. Kraken was getting our commands, was hearing our transmissions, but he wasn't responding. He chose not to respond. It was like he just...
She started to say, struggling to find the words. Just following orders, Bucket muttered softly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I almost want to say he was in a trance, but if you've seen the holo, then you know how precise that jump needed to be to actually hit its target. Captain Kraken was lucid, and he was at the helm, and he used all his skill to cleave that huge ship right down the center,
said the doctor. And doing that... Fragging moons of frag! Doing that started this whole war in the process, Bucket said, only realizing the implication of the act.
Yes, that's the part that's obvious, Bucket. But there's just one particular thing that does not add up. Even more than all of these other oddities. One thing that is pushing me to find out more, despite the obvious risk.
Sheena said. And what's that? Asked the clone.
All Republic hyperdrives have inhibitors built into them. Fail-safes that pull the ships out of hyperspace if a sufficient mass shadow is detected in the path of the vessel. These are hardwired, and undoing that safety takes time and equipment. Too much time, in fact.
Bucket paused to consider her words, but shook his head after a while. I still don't get it. The doctor sighed.
Oh, that's
kind
of fascinating.
Increasing the rate of her tapping fingers.
The Bellador was modified for fringe space exploration. Its modifications included non-standard changes to critical systems, the shields, the crew quarters, the life support systems, the navigation sensors, and...
She said, letting the last word hang in the air. Bucket fumbled with his thoughts for a moment before gasping as the answer struck him. The hyperdrive? He asked.
Precisely!
The thought that went into this.
Changes appear to make it seem safe enough, but I'm not convinced of that. Not after the Bellador succeeded in accurately throwing itself down the center of that Imperial starship.
Sheena said. Wait, so you think the Supreme Chancellor had already prepared that ship to be used as a suicide ram? Bucket asked, aghast at the suggestion. Sheena did not answer. She only typed more. Bucket, however, continued. But if that were the case, then wouldn't the order to ram the ship have come from...
And now you know why I need to know. Maybe the ship had a ram feature that Captain Kraken abused, maybe he was drugged, or replaced by a separatist infiltrator, or got the order from somewhere else. But the simplest answer is often the correct one. And in this case, the simplest explanation is... Dr.
Sheena said before trailing off. A silence started then, and the clone seemed to take his position as lookout much more seriously.
Yeah.
Sheena's hovering chair was wired to a nearby console, and while this section of the Senate's labyrinthian technical and maintenance access spaces had been utterly deserted for all the hours that they had spent there thus far, suddenly, everything seemed much less safe than it had been before, at least to the clone. Doc? Bucket said.
Yes?
She asked. I'm no computer expert, but if you actually managed to break into there, won't there be some sign that you did this? I'm sure you cannot listen to the Supreme Chancellor's personal communications without leaving a footprint. Sheena smirked and nodded.
Well, I wouldn't phrase it quite like that, but yes, which is why I'm not trying to listen to anything.
She said. Then what are you even looking for? He asked.
Simple.
She said.
A timestamp.
What?
Oh, she just wants to know if she communicated at all.
Another explanation.
If I can see if a message was sent and get a timestamp, then I can see if it was just sent before the ramming happened. It won't prove anything, not by itself, but...
But it will be way too convenient to be coincidence, he finished for her. She nodded. But if you find out, and the message was sent, then what next? Who do we tell about something like this? The Jedi? Bucket asked. Sheena almost laughed again.
She hates those guys.
Jedi? No. They are either in on it themselves at some level, or, if they are not, they are bound to do something ridiculous. Can you imagine if the Jedi tried to arrest the Chancellor over this? If he really did orchestrate these events, then there is no telling what else he is capable of. He could tear the Republic apart, and it would be as...
I love that little, like... What would they do? Do you think they try to, like, arrest him over this? And it's like, oh, definitely not talking about the original series where they tried to arrest him with 5 Jedi Knights. When they found out, they're like, oh, he's bad.
Easy as issuing Order 66 just before his arrest.
She said. Order 66?
He could tear the Republic apart, and it would be as easy as issuing Order 66 just before his arrest.
She said. Order 66? Asked Bucket. The doctor nodded her head as she continued to work.
knows.
It's one of the 150 contingency orders that were drafted at the onset of the Clone Wars. They are supposed to be just for show, but who knows what would happen if he actually issued them.
She said.
Oh my gosh.
So who do we tell if
Yeah,
not the Jedi?
I'm amazed that she
Senate?
knows.
Bucket asked.
Almost.
She said before one of her screens turned blue, and then all of them followed suit. Dr. Sheena pulled her hands away from the keys abruptly as a new data stream began to fill her view, and she blinked her bloodshot eyes for the first time in too long, wanting to be sure she was reading this correctly, wanting to avoid an error at all costs. Whoa! What was that? Bucket asked, leaning in towards the alcove.
I'm in.
Sheena whispered, eyes scanning frantically.
Hacker time.
And? Bucket asked, voice tight as he came to watch over her shoulder. Her hand snapped out, tapping a key, and the data stream froze. She lifted her finger to one line, tracing under the holographic script, feeling her heart beat harder and harder as she read it again and again.
There it is.
She said at last.
A private transmission sent from the office of the Chancellor to an unmarked vendor. Unmarked, but within the war theater we were operating within. The message was sent only a few minutes before the ram. Frag! Only seconds before Kraken broke the formation. It's all right there.
The doctor breathed.
Oh,
Oh, Scrog and Scrog! Bucket moaned. So what now? He asked. The words seemed to snap Dr. Sheena back to reality, and she reached for the keys again, starting the process of covering her tracks, minuscule though they were.
We need to get in contact with the leader of the Loyalist Committee.
She said. Who? Bail Organa? Why him? The clone asked.
oh, Organa.
No,
Said the Saurian doctor.
the real leader of the Loyalists. We need to speak with the only person in the Senate with the backing and backbone to even think about doing anything about this.
She said. Bucket shrugged his shoulders.
Oh.
And who's that? He asked.
Senator Padme Amidala.
Said Sheena.
Oh,
And we need to
dang.
speak with her before she leaves for Axum.
Interesting. Are there other stories? Or is this? I think there's, wait, are these more stories? No, this is, he's just chatting. Ooh. What did I say? I saw a comment. Where did it go? I saw a comment. Something about there's like an order to arrest the Chancellor, but did it ever get programmed in? Who knows? Where did it go? I thought I saw it. The rest is just chatting. Bro, this is... How long is the next episode? I've got time. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we've got lots of little specials and stuff. The next episode. Yeah, let's watch one more. Let's watch one more. Okay. I'm corrupted, chat. We're corrupted. Dark Transmission is just some videos, LOL, not actually part of the direct story. This is a mini episode. Okay, cool. I'm so excited. How many one mores is that now? Two. This is the second one. Second one. Let's go for 3. No. Well, maybe.
It's at 56%.
Said the droid at the command station. Admiral Borvant's mind frenzied silently behind his hyper-diffracting eyes, the sensory spheres vibrating in his alien skull as he watched the myriad screens being projected before the command chair. He had to deal with so many evolving situations, and he knew he had to make decisions quickly, but there were so many factors and so many of them in his favor. His flagship, the Confederate Pride, was nearly the equal of the Malevolent, and his own fleet was one of the largest in the entire Separatist Alliance.
Thank goodness we're talking
He had
about
been
Star
tasked
Wars,
by Count
right?
Dooku with defending
Gosh.
Raxus Secundus itself. He was not only undefeated, the Sistine Admiral was undefeatable. The Republic would never even dare an attack here. That failing government was ever on the defense, ever scrambling to secure their own holdings. It was clear as day that the heart of the Confederacy would be safe here under his care till his death in the far future. All of these things were true. And yet...
Now it's at 50%.
said the droid.
Oh.
The Admiral blinked.
Going
How
in
long
reverse.
had he been thinking? He needed to be making decisions, but the factors, so many factors. Okay, order the 8th Battle Group to move to Point Delta and... the Admiral started to say.
Battle Group 8 has been destroyed.
The droid interjected. The Admiral blinked again and began reassessing. Fine. Combine whatever is left with the 5th and 4th Battle Groups and send them to Point Delta to begin clearing the enemy to create a forward rallying point. We have to prepare for General Grievous's reinforcements. Have the reserves from the other hemispheres converge on us and begin assaulting the nearest enemy flank, said Admiral Borvant. Also, vent sections E through Q into space. That ought to stop the enemy boarding party dead in their tracks, he added.
Admiral, it's not really a boarding party, it's just one.
Began the droid.
Oh my
Whatever
gosh.
it is, it won't deal with the vacuum of space well, so do it, the Admiral snapped.
Well, sheesh.
The droid said, relaying
like-
the orders and venting the sections.
I like droid
Good.
personality.
Now have Battle Group 40 through 50 begin missile
And a one-person boarding party, you know that's bad.
bombardment of that enormous...
Admiral, the only battle group out of the ones you mentioned that is still responding to orders is 44. All other ships are drifting or destroyed.
Oh,
The droid
oop.
informed. I thought you said we were at 50% fleet cohesion, the Admiral yelled.
Well, we were, but now it's 43%. A lot of ships have just stopped responding to orders for some reason.
The droid said.
That's bad.
Also, on an unrelated note, the intruder is still advancing. In fact, it's coming faster now.
The droid added. The Admiral groaned. He did not have time for this. Fine. Send in commando droids, droidicas, and seal those sections off. I will deal with what is left later. Let me know when the intruder is destroyed. Otherwise, let me focus, the Admiral said. This enemy was a vicious puzzle indeed. Each ship was a Titan, and they had split up, maintaining no particular
Yeah, this
formation,
is bad
which
for
was
you
wreaking
guys.
havoc with the logic centers of his tactical droids.
Separatists gotta deal with a lot
Indeed,
now.
with so little knowledge of what each ship did in this alien fleet and their significance, it was hard to know which ones to single out for destruction, which was proving also difficult. The enemy ships were rugged and armed to a bizarre extent, wielding weapons that Borvant had never seen before. Still, he was confident that their sloppy assault would begin to buckle any second now. His thoughts were interrupted as a loud thump sounded behind him, past the sealed doors which led
He's
from
already
the bridge
here.
into the rest of the ship. He ignored it, giving more orders before jumping again as it sounded off once
He's
more.
already here.
What
oh my
is
gosh.
that noise?
The
he
intruder,
demanded.
sir.
Probably the intruder.
The droid said.
What?
The Admiral blurted.
Haven't the droidicas stopped it yet?
He asked.
No.
The droidicas were destroyed seconds after encountering it. The commando droids are about to find it, though. Do you want to see?
The droid asked. The Admiral sighed and nodded his bulbous head
Oh my
sharply.
gosh, I love
On
how
screen.
dumb droids
He
are.
ordered.
They're
The droid
hilarious.
complied, bringing up a hologram of the intruder, who was in the process of ripping and tearing its way through one of the bulkheads. The figure was a massive, armored monstrosity, 7.5 feet tall at least, and as bulky as a bull reek. And yet, for all that, the thing was agile as well, at least for its size. Each massive gauntleted hand was crowned by a long, burning claw at the tip of each finger.
Oh, that's
Fingers
bad.
which it was using to rend its way through the ray-shielded doors of his ship. The claws had fields of their own, fields which burst and frayed the power of the ray-shield
Oh.
emitters like a child's finger might pop a soap bubble. Borvant grit his teeth,
That's one way-
his huge brain pulsating as he tried
That
to
is one
compute
analogy.
his options. Then the commando droids arrived, hopping and leaping like Jedi as they began firing their blasters into the Space Marine's back. The bolts sizzled and hissed, but did absolutely nothing to the bulky beast of a warrior, who turned to regard them with mechanical contempt, tearing at the bulkhead twice more before spinning and lunging at the commandos.
I had thought they would be more agile.
The Admiral mused as he watched the warriors' opening strikes.
Uh.
The acrobatic droids flipped and spun away with ease. And though there was a practice, a grace even, to the warrior's wide, arching sweeps, he was certainly no match for a Jedi when it came to swift movement. At least,
Fair.
those were his thoughts before, in one sudden backhanded swipe, the warrior neatly bisected all of the jumping droids while they were caught in
Sick.
mid-leap. As the pieces of the
Yes!
droids
I love
fell
that.
all around the red and gold clad warrior, understanding struck the genius alien admiral.
I love that.
Wow, how did he do that?
The droid marveled. Before he realized it or stopped himself, Borvant found himself answering. He figured out and predicted their movement and attack patterns from watching them for just a few seconds, he said.
That's
Even
bad.
as he spoke, he knew he was not doing the warrior justice. He had not.
I know who I'm rooting for when 40k is up against separatists. Easy, 40k.
Not truly. Every single swipe he had taken had been aimed towards making the attacking droids react with exactly that jump. Like dumb animals to the slaughter, he had corralled them and herded them straight into their defeat, having learned everything he needed to know just from what he had seen with his single sidelong glance. The warrior, for the Admiral was now truly convinced that it was a flesh and blood warrior and not some droid, stared up at the camera which was recording him, glowing eye lenses somehow projecting a malice which struck Borvant just by.
That's terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. When you're getting, like, stared at through the camera. This episode is here to demonstrate why the Clone Wars animated series Confederacy would not fare well against the Warhammer 40k version of an elite serious military. Yes. I agree. I didn't think they'd do well, but this is a very good example, because the droids are not Necrons. The droids are not Necrons. So.
By bearing witness to it. The commandos wriggled and writhed around the Marine's feet, torsos halved, arms severed, but heads still intact. Without looking down from the lenses which watched him, the warrior lifted his foot and crushed one of them. The Admiral
Yikes.
flinched back, the anger, the raw hostility projected by the act enough to shock him to his core. Who were these people? What in the galaxy did they want?
Shut it off!
He ordered. Nothing happened.
Droid, did you hear me? I said shut off this monitor!
He barked. Crunch. The warrior stepped on another commando, and another.
Oh.
How could he make killing droids look so brutal, seem so hateful? Borvant looked over at the B1 manning the command console and saw it shivering and covering its photoreceptors.
Blast you! Shut this off right now or I will have
Oh
you
my
scrapped
gosh.
for parts!
He bellowed.
But I don't want to look at it.
The droid squealed. Crunch. Crunch.
Oh.
Do it!
The Admiral insisted.
Oh, okay,
The droid muttered, peeking from between his fingers. Crunch!
Oh.
It shrieked, pressing a button almost at random. Instead of shutting the screen in front of
Full
the
screen?
command chair down, it projected it as a larger hologram on the central emitter, depicting the massive, glaring marine and
That's perfect. That's exactly what the droids are like in the show. That's too perfect. The comical mess up. Classic droids.
high-definition three-dimensional malice to the entire droid bridge crew. Crunch. The crew screamed.
What are you doing, you buzzhead? You're making it worse! I said shut it off!
The Admiral roared, throwing his cane at the droid in question and knocking it on its head.
Sorry.
The droid said as it frantically worked its controls with both hands. The image zoomed in on its face, its baleful stare now the only thing that could be seen, but not heard. Crunch.
Wait, I got it!
The droid said, and finally the image shut down.
About time!
The Admiral yelled.
This is cool. Oh, wonderful.
Send everything! Everything, and I mean everything!
He ordered.
Roger.
The droid affirmed.
Now, give me a report on the battle groups.
The Admiral began to say, trailing off as a light suddenly set the distant void silently aflame. The sight left him speechless, celestial fire blossoming out into a golden, haloed sphere before him, thousands of kilometers wide. Flickering auroras came alive along the ray shielding of his ship, plainly visible as ribbons of rainbow fire which wound and spun around his and every other ship near him. It sat there, burning in the place where the Northern Hemisphere fleet had just been, for all the galaxy seeming to resemble a star, breathed out Borvant. Slowly, the ball shrank, diminished, and flickered out, and the Admiral, no longer lit by its unnatural light, seemed to gain hold of his senses once more.
The fleet! What is our fleet strength?
He demanded.
Well, to me it looks like we are now at 22%.
Oh,
said the droid, flinching as he did. Borvant was aghast, but not for long, for soon fear replaced everything and anything else he was capable of feeling. Thunk, thunk, thunk.
he is coming
The
for
sound
you.
was so close.
He is
He
coming
stood
for
up,
you.
passing through the holographic screens which were projected before him, and looking back towards the large door which led to the bridge. Thunk, thunk, crack. Wide scars spiderwebbed all across the surface of the door, but only briefly. Before the Sistine Separatist could draw his next breath, the door shattered like glass, its fragments spiraling out as lethal projectiles. Droids were smashed and sliced in half, consoles crushed and left as little more than sparking ruin. But, by sheer luck, Admiral Borvant found himself intact, though knocked to the ground. Still conscious when the armored intruder strode onto the bridge. His every footstep seemed casual,
You're done.
easy, and yet it trembled the ground, his massive metal boots sinking into the deck plates an inch and a half each time. It was like this thing, this space marine, was too hard, too heavy for this universe. Like an invasive entity, a lion suddenly lost in a world made out of meat and cotton candy. Despite thinking all of this, feeling it, and all the fear that came with it, Borvant swallowed hard but rallied his resolve.
You will never win this battle!
He shrilled at the warrior,
He already
his translator
has.
automatically translating each
He
word
already
into the
has.
guttural tones of the invaders. The Space Marine strode around the spot where the Admiral lay, seeming not to notice him, looking around the bridge, his air that of casual interest, almost indifference. The droids had already fled, those that were still operational at least, leaving the two of them effectively alone.
You might manage to land on fair Rexus Secundus, but General Grievous will be here in a matter of hours.
Yeah.
He added, climbing to his hands and knees
I look forward
before
to
rising
meeting him.
unsteadily. The Marine walked up to the leftmost side of the building, reaching out a clawed finger to trace lightly along the segment of transparent steel there, the treasured sphere of Raxus Secundus lying just beyond. He did seem to freeze, however, at the mention of General Grievous. The Sistine smiled.
Yes, that's right. General Grievous, the greatest tactical genius in the galaxy.
Yeah.
Your occupation will only last hours. Your victory is an illusion.
The defeated Admiral brazenly declared. The Marine turned back to look at him, hand still extended towards the sphere of the world, and shook his head. At first, Borvant thought he sensed anger in the denial, but was corrected as he heard the Space Marine's voice for the first time as he started to laugh.
Yeah.
The bastard was laughing.
Yeah.
The Separatist grit his teeth
He
and was
might
about
have
to
been.
respond when the Marine spoke, the Admiral's translator converting the words for him.
He might have been the greatest tactical genius in the galaxy. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Or rather, word, for he only spoke one, and he spoke it as a question.
Occupation.
Borvant blinked, absorbing the implication of how that question had been phrased, but before he could properly react, the Marine had moved. The claw sparked to life, and the transparent steel shattered. Space yawned wide, and the Admiral, along with the wrecked droids and debris, were swept up and towards the sudden breach, though the Marine himself stood stock still, adhering
Maglock.
by weight or technology to the ground in spite of the vacuum. Borvant had long feared that he would die, suffocating in the void of space.
His fears
It
are
was a
coming
common
true.
enough dread among any proper navy. But the Marines spared him that fate, passing his burning claws through him as the alien was sucked out of his own ship, being diced and immolated all in one swift motion.
Oh, this is
Davik
brutal.
Thune, chapter master of the Crimson Razors, watched the enemy admiral, or rather his pieces, float
Ew.
away into the void, still chuckling to himself.
That goes hard.
Occupation.
He said to himself, shaking his head again. With a twitch of his thoughts, he activated the Vox within his Terminator power armor. Yes, master, said the captain of the ship, the de facto admiral of his fleet, Alarak Norn.
We have a few hours before the arrival of their most respected commander, a General Grievous. Let's ensure we give him something to properly grieve when he arrives.
Said the chapter master. Yes, my lord. Should I make ready the cyclonic torpedoes? Asked Alarak.
Nay, we shall not waste such fine weapons on this filth. This shall be done in the old way. Prepare for orbital bombardment. Attack pattern, sins of charity.
Very well, my lord. We will make ready the macro cannons, the bombardment cannons, the lance batteries, and the attack wings. We shall make ready, my lord, to brutalize them without mercy or quarter, as you commanded. Davik grinned, his filed teeth fitting perfectly together in a shark's own smile.
Then let it be done. I grow weary of this weakness. Let us teach these Confederates the meaning of war.
This is not good for them. Oh, this is bad. Yikes. I've never seen anyone more royally screwed. gosh. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. No, we can't do one more. I have things to do. I had enough time for one more. See, this one's like 30 minutes, and even if it's like 20, like, I have some things I need to do. But we're gonna keep watching this, I promise. You'll see how bad it is later on and make a point to illustrate it. I believe you. That was, let me just say, that was just really good to begin with. Like, that episode 100% highlighted it. Always felt like, and this is not always the case, the Confederates always, they didn't, like, have their stuff together all the time. At least in the Clone Wars series, so. That was my take on it, but whew. Very, very good. Oh, there you go. No, we can't watch one more. We can't watch one more. But that was so much fun. It's getting better and better and better. So, thank you everyone for joining. I don't have anyone planned to raid today, so I don't think we'll raid. I don't think we'll raid today. But thank you everyone for joining. Tomorrow, I'm playing some Baldur's Gate 3 with my friend Kyra. You met her like once. She's great, so we're playing more Baldur's Gate 3 where we left off. I believe it's at 11:30 Pacific time tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. So a little different from like my normal time for Saturdays. Yeah, we still have some more Space Marine 2 to do. But this is great. I'm addicted to this series. And I'm just, ugh. I can't get enough of it. It's a problem. It's a problem. So thank you so much everyone for joining today. Join the Discord so you'll know when I'm streaming this next. And I will see you all tomorrow, and then Sunday is book club. So if you haven't read, Gazgul Mak Urk Thraka, Prophet of the Wa, you should read it. I really like the book, and I'll give you more of my thoughts on it on Sunday. So, I will see you all then. Now, happy, like, official Sanguinala. Now we can start celebrating because Thanksgiving is over. Thank you all for joining me, and I will catch you all next time. I'll see you later, guys.